Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? I hope everybody is having a great weekend so far. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, folks, we're going to get started here in about 1 minute. It's good to see everybody here today. I hope everybody's having a great weekend. Hey, Copper Lily, good to see ya. Hey, Ahmed. Oh my goodness, Dr. Moto, thank you so much for the subscription. I'll give you the special subscription screen as soon as we get started here. Hey, Hostler, I'm doing well. I hope you are also. All right. Welcome, folks. How is everybody? Good to see you all. Can everybody hear me okay? Oh, and Dr. Moto, here is your special thank you screen. You're very cool. Thank you for subscribing. Oh, and also to Mr. Me, Miss, Mr. Me Infs. They subscribed with Prime 6 hours ago. They thought I wouldn't notice, but I did. So between streams, they subscribed. So thank you, both Dr. Moto and Mr. Me Infs. Hope I said that right. Glad you like it, Dr. Moto. Hey, 21. Good to see ya. All right, we'll give folks another couple minutes here to trickle in. Got a lot of early birds today, so good to see everybody. Hope your weekend's going well. Oh my goodness, Copper Lily, thank you so much for the subscription. You get the special screen too. You're very cool, Copper Lily. Thank you. I'm only the best Comic Sans fonts for my subscribers. Hey, Engineer Moore, good to see ya. I'm glad I can at least, if my automatic Twitch alerts don't work, the very least I can do is make a custom one, right? Dog champ. I love it. Well, I hope everybody's week went well. It's a beautiful day where I live today. You can feel spring is just desperately trying to spring. The temperature's been going up and down a lot, but it's a really beautiful day today. So played frisbee with my dog earlier today, and then today we're actually going to be working on a dog related application. Hassler says, finally, you now start wearing glasses. Welcome to the big family. Yeah, actually, I've worn glasses for most of my life. And I'm trying to remember. No, I don't think I've ever worn glasses on stream. But I actually wore glasses pretty much constantly, all the way up through like mid 2020. Because when everybody's wearing masks everywhere, like the fog would just like go up in the lenses, and I just didn't really like it. And I don't necessarily like I can see without glasses. I just see better with glasses. And so now, almost 4 years later, I'm like, okay, I should probably go back and start wearing glasses again, because that's it's better for your eyes in the long term. So I have to get used to wearing them again. Hey, Koina, good to have you here. Welcome. Hi. But yeah, I like wearing glasses. I think I don't mind it at all. I'm very used to glasses, but I have to get used to dirty lenses and stuff like that again. Well, so today we're gonna kind of have a somewhat unique project. Um, And it's because it's a little bit of a sort of in honor of cohort 3, 100 devs cohort 3 starting soon. I wanted to go back and revisit one of my very first projects that I ever did on Twitch. If you want to find that and watch that original video, I don't even remember if I was on camera back then. It might have just been back when I only did audio. But if you want to go find that video, you can get it on my YouTube channel, exclamation point YouTube in chat. And yeah, so that was one of my very first projects that I did on Twitch way back in 2021. And it was super fun. It's still one of my favorite projects. It's so simple but so fun. And essentially what it does is it just generates a it generates a picture of a dog, a name, and some characteristics about them. So let me move this window over so you can see properly. So we can see already that there's an issue here, right? Because the picture, the default image is broken. But let's pick a breed. So somebody name us in chat. Somebody name a breed of dog, whatever one you like. Maltese. Okay. So we go here and we pick the breed. And so when you do that, it brings back an image of that breed, and then it brings back some randomized characteristics about them. So this dog's name is Harley. They're a male, 10 years old, likes playing tug of war and sunbathing, dislikes wet grass and the UPS person. And additional info is that they wish they knew how cars work. So, very simple app. And the goal here today is not to rebuild this app or necessarily add features to it. The goal here today is to do what what a lot of folks do when they're employed as devs, which is go in and refactor the code and make it better. So go and improve the code while keeping the overall experience indistinguishable for the user. So the goal here today is we're going to go in, we're going to look at all the code, we're going to refactor it and rewrite it with what we know now versus what I knew back in 2021. Refactor it while keeping the user interface pretty much indistinguishable in behavior and appearance from how it worked before. Because I think when I've been talking to folks who are looking for their first job in tech, I think the thing that always comes up is people get scared and say, "Oh, well, what if what if I can't write good enough code, or what if I don't know the language they're using, or what if I don't know all the frameworks?" And the thing that or people say, oh, what if AI comes in and replaces, what if AI is about to replace me, oh no. Well, that's really probably not going to happen, and one of the main reasons is that a lot of what you are going to be doing on the job as a developer is not going in and building stuff from scratch. Now you're going to do a little bit of that for sure. There's always new features and new software that gets implemented, but especially if you're working for a large organization, a lot of what you're probably going to be doing is one, taking tickets for bugs and handling bug fix tickets. Oh, thank you for the follow, Conflash. Thank you. Good to have you here. um so number one, bug fix tickets. Number two, refactoring code that either you or somebody else wrote in the past and is currently in production, right? So essentially what you want to do is you want to rewrite that code, make it better. But a lot of the times, especially at big corporations, that code is going to be powering other tools. Customers are going to have certain interfaces that are configured for that particular tool, and so you can't change how it looks for the customer, but you still have to rewrite the underlying code or improve the underlying code. And so those are the main challenges that you kind of face as a dev at a large corporation. That's a lot of what I do in my job as a SQL developer. So as a SQL developer, we get tickets for things, oh, I'm not getting the data that I expect, or oh, can you add this new feature, or can you add a new view to this SQL table or whatever. And so you have to go in and you have to look at somebody else's work. So usually I didn't write it. Sometimes I did, but usually I didn't write it. You have to go look at somebody else's work, and you have to tweak it and change it and improve it without messing up the experience for the user. And I feel like a lot of what I do on this channel normally is we go and we build a project from scratch, right? We go and we sit down and we start with a blank slate and we spend a few hours and we build something from scratch. But really, that's not what you're going to be doing a lot once you're working for a company. You're going to be working with stuff that's already there, existing code bases, existing tools. um, existing bugs, that kind of thing. And so today I wanted to do something that more reflects the actual employed experience. So that's what we're going to be doing today. All right, let me catch up on chat here. Dr. Moto says, "Oh boy, is there a dog API?" Yes, there is. There is a dog API. We're gonna look at that, and yeah, it's a pretty great API. I love it. Copper Lily says, "Because I'm a crazy cat lady, in the spirit of you encouraging us to take your code and adapt it, I took your doggo code and make it work with a cat API. That's awesome." The way you walk through the data when we built the Atlas app. So, hint, hint, that was a few weeks ago. That'll be going onto YouTube shortly. I believe it's still, if you want to watch what Copper Lily is referencing, we built an atlas a few weeks ago, an interactive atlas where you could search for a country and get information about it. So that's still available on Twitch. It'll be on going up on YouTube here shortly. So the way you walk through the data when we built the Atlas app helped me understand how to refactor the code to work with an entirely different data set. Yeah, it's awesome. Great. Hey, Ellipsis. Good to see ya. Hey, Kali. Welcome to the stream. They say, I'm finally here for a live. You saved me on that NBC CRUD homework because that Zell tutorial was so hard to read. Man, preach. I know Leon really likes that tutorial, but golly gee, I felt like it was a real struggle. So I'm glad my walkthrough was helpful. And I know I've said this before, but I am going to keep sort of doing that sort of thing in cohort 3. Walking through homeworks, answering questions, that kind of thing. I'll continue doing that. Hey, jump in! Welcome to the stream. Been meaning to join the stream for a while. First time here. Good to have you here. Ahmed says, to be honest, I've always been scared looking at my passcode, feeling like exploring a jungle. I remember making tic-tac-toe with 3,000 lines. Wow. Well, one nice thing that when you go back and you look at your old code, it can kind of show how far you've come, right? I've already made a pass through this code that I wrote, and I remember doing some of it, but some of it I'm like, why did I do that? What what was my thought process here? And I have no idea. And but I mean, it's good practice, right? Because you're going to be encountering stuff like that all the time in working in a day job as a developer. Is you're going to be encountering code with no documentation. You're going to be encountering code that you wrote 3 years ago that you don't remember, or code that somebody else wrote 20 years ago that nobody remembers. And so it's a good skill to be able to go back through that and think, okay, what can I do to make this better? Dr. Moto says, I always have an urge to just take everything down and start from scratch. Yeah, and I know that's the urge. Um, and I mean, it's fine to do that with your personal projects, right? You can do that as much as you want, but you oftentimes you aren't going to be able to do that with like corporate code, with code that a company owns, because they're going to be like, wait, if it ain't broke, like leave it be and just make improvements. You just won't be given the time or resources to completely burn something down and start from scratch most of the time. Engineer says, are you planning to keep streaming on Sundays when the cohort starts? I know office hours are on Sundays too. The short answer is yes. Um, I'll hopefully be able to give you a longer answer in a few weeks. But for now, I'll say yes. Copper Lily says, I don't even know who wrote my old code. Allscriptor says, I'm currently refactoring PHP 5.6 code to PHP 8 that's 20 years old. See, that's the kind of thing that you get, right? A lot of our internal tools for my team at work, we had a person who retired recently, a really brilliant programmer. He'd been at the company for like, yeah, 25 years, 35 years, I don't remember. And he wrote most of our internal tools on like .NET 5, which doesn't even, like, it's not even compatible with modern Visual Studio. Like Visual Studio 2022 can't support .NET 5. Like, so we have to roll back our version of Visual Studio just to work with these internal tools that we use all the time. So I'm still fixing, I'm using Visual Basic to fix these tools. Hey King, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I'm using Visual Basic to fix these tools in an outdated version of Visual Studio, just because we got to keep them running and we don't have the time or resources to completely rewrite them right now. So new tools I'm writing in C# on like modern .NET. But so that's just the kind of thing that happens, right? It's kind of how it's the unglamorous reality of coding. You always hear on Twitter about new frameworks and new tools, new frameworks. Ooh, you got to use this. Ooh, you got to learn that, or you won't get hired. Whereas most of the corporate world operates on tools that are 10 or 20 years old, um, or stuff that somebody wrote 30 years ago that's still being maintained, and that's just how it works. So that's why we're going to practice refactoring today. Jumpin says, for some reason, I thought you were going to be streaming at 3 my time. No, 3 p.m. Eastern. Just happened to get on at 2 and saw you online. And I'm glad you brought that up. I think I'd need to update my schedule on my homepage. I think it, like, I had it scheduled out, but I think it stops. I think it stopped in January when the year flipped over. So I need to update that. So I'm glad you brought that up. All right. Any other questions before we get started? I'm going to take a quick hydrate here. Oh, and if you're wondering, this project is not terribly complex. You don't need to install anything extra. This is more of an exercise in refactoring than an exercise in complexity. Mohammed says, "What's good? I love the data fetch API projects." Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I love API projects. They're fun. API get dog, basically. Yeah. All right, I'm going to move this over so we can make our code window bigger. All right, now let's take a look at this app. So as we can see, oh, and if you'd like to follow along and refactor with me or make your own project that's based on this as a fun little app, do !project in chat right now for a link to the repo. So the repo is right here. It's our starter code is the Doggo generator, which is pretty old. We're going to be improving some of this, but you can use it as a starting point for your application as well. So that's the repo we're working off of today. You can get it anytime by doing !project. All right, so let's take a look at this. Obviously, you can see it is pretty simple. In this VS Code folder here, the only thing is just a live server port setting, which you don't need to have. This is only just if you have like multiple live server windows open, this just sets your server number. So don't need that. Really, the only things that are powering this app currently are 3 files: index, main.js, and style.js. Hey, Adil, welcome. All right, so let's get started and we'll start reviewing some of this code. Hey, Jay-Z, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. um, so as we can see here, the HTML isn't too complicated. We wouldn't expect it to be, but that doesn't mean that there isn't stuff that we can't improve. So sort of reorienting myself with this, looks like the head looks good. We've got our link to our style sheet here. Adil says simple HTML and JS. Yes, for this application, yes. If you want more complex applications, I've got a bunch of those on my YouTube channel, !YouTube in chat. We've got a bunch of full stack apps, whatever kind of, we've got React, we got whatever kind of backend you want on my YouTube channel. But today is an exercise in practicing refactoring code. So we're taking a very old project that I did and we're sort of seeing what we can improve about it. So feel free in chat as we're going through this, feel free to shout out things that you're like, I wonder if we could maybe make that better. All right, so looks like the header looks good. We've got, and what we're going to do is we're going to take a pass through. We're going to kind of mark some notes, and then we'll come back and fix things. So header looks good. Things look like they're kind of labeled appropriately. We've got a default span here with some default text. Muhammad says, wait, you have React courses? I do. I have I forget how many parts it is. It's at least 7 parts of a complete beginner's course to React, parts 1 through whatever, where we go from React from knowing nothing to being able to actually build apps in React. Adil says, I've never refactored front end. Well, this would be good practice then. Okay, so first thing I notice here is I have a header, but is there maybe a better tag that I could use here instead of section? Because it looks like this section tab kind of wraps the whole the whole sort of lower part of the page here. So, what might be a better tag I could use here instead? Okay, Mohammed, sure, we can ban that word. All right. So yeah, that'll I can't say that word for 5 minutes, sorry. 5 minutes. Call me out if I do, okay? All right. Yeah, so I think a better tag to use here would probably be main. So we'll go ahead and update to main tag. Adil says, would Bootstrap be overkill here? Probably yes. No, there's nothing wrong with using Bootstrap. I love Bootstrap personally. Oh, jump in. Thank you so much for the follow. I love Bootstrap personally, but here I think really we can just stick with default HTML, CSS. And now what you can do is you can take this repo and you can convert it to Bootstrap and make it really fancy if you want. But the goal here is to keep the user experience the same. So not change anything for the user, because if you're working for a company and you're changing code, that's probably what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to keep the user interface the same while still refactoring things under the hood. That's the challenge. KB, thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness, did we get rated? Whoa, holy cannoli. Welcome, raiders. Hi, folks. Wow, thank you so much for the raid. Let's see who raided. Melky, thank you so much for the raid. What are we all up to today? All right, raiders. Somebody give me a dog breed. Give me a dog breed. Raiders. Dachshund. Okay. Hey, all right. So here's our dog. His name is Scooby. He is male. He's 6 years old. He likes sitting with or on people, staring out the window. His dislikes are going to bed late and doorbells. And some additional info about him is secretly enjoys baths, but will never tell. Jan says, "Is Doggo not a breed?" Oh, Shiba Inu. Okay, we'll do one. We'll do a couple more. Shiba. There we go. All right. This is Ginger. Ginger is 7 years old, likes papaya and the human bed, dislikes being carried in thunderstorms, and additional info can sprint up to 30 miles per hour. Oh, thank you for the follows, folks. What were y'all up to today? Oh, and thank you so much for the subscription. Ray Anthony. Oh, and Diva. Diva, thank you so much. Thank you, Ray Anthony and Diva. Um, all of you get my special subscription screen. You're very cool. Thank you so much for subscribing. Um, wow, that's so generous. If you just got a gifted sub from Diva, please thank them in chat. Thank you, Diva. My goodness. My alerts are going wild here. So what are we doing today? Today we are taking this beautiful piece of code right here this beautiful application that we have up on screen, which is obviously a massive benefit to humanity. Everybody needs a Doggo generator, right? Everybody needs one. This is a project I built almost 3 years ago now, back in 2021, when I was still learning web development. And so what we're doing today is we are going through the code and we are refactoring it to make it better, stronger, faster, more accessible, while still keeping the user interface functionally the same. Because what we're trying to mimic here. Normally on my channel is we build projects from scratch, and we start with a blank slate and we build an all new project every single time. But really, in like if you're working for a company, that's not what you're going to be doing most of the time. Now, employed developers in chat, back me up here. Is that what you do? Do you spend most of your time writing new code, or do you spend most of your time refactoring other people's code or fixing bugs or adding features to code you've previously written? So out of those two options, whether writing new code or working with existing code, which one do you do more? People who are working for a company right now. I despise touching other codes. Old code, new code, new code, dirty, dirty projects. I we gotta mix it. We gotta mix right now. New code and mentoring. old code, fixing bugs, refactoring. Yeah, we've got a pretty even split, and it may depend on like where you work too. But you should have experience refactoring too, so you don't feel so you can go into code and inspect it, or go into your own code and inspect it. I don't know what that is, a deal. Okay, go walk your dogs, Dr. Moto. And thank you to all the followers too. I can't even keep up with them all, but thank you all. Sarah says, I don't even have a job, sadly. And you'll get one. Oh my goodness. Sumir says, I am converting millions of lines of COBOL code into modern code. Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of the times companies get mired in these old code bases, in languages like COBOL, and then they have to migrate them to a new language. Sure. Diva says, I'm lucky now. Normally would be refactoring legacy things. Yeah. Yeah. You get that a lot. And so that's what we're doing today. So we're taking this old app, and we are going to refactor it, and not, not change it fundamentally, keep HTML, CSS, JavaScript, but rewrite it in such a way that it's better. Big ball of mud is haphazardly structured, sprawling, sloppy, duct tape and baling wire, spaghetti code jungle. Yeah, you get that sometimes. It's unavoidable in a corporate structure, I think. All right, so we just got into it. You all rated at the perfect time if you want to stick around with us. We just got into it, kind of looking at this HTML file. Diva says, J was using jQuery, how old it was. Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Feel free to ask again. Mohammed says API projects are fun. I love manipulating data. Yeah, yeah. This one is using an API. It's using a dog based API to get the pictures. Diva says the project is old. Yeah, this project is from 2021. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Mohammed. I didn't. I think it was 5 minutes. Mohammed banned that word. Did I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to the time. I should have been. I apologize. I thought it was 3:20 or I thought it was 20 after when the band started, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay, we can reset the timer for another 5 minutes. I'll give you another fiver. All right. Timer started over. Band will be over at 31. So 31 minutes after the hour. All right, so we just started looking at this. The first thing we encountered was more of an accessibility type of a thing. So one of the best things that you can do to help folks that are using screen readers or other accessibility tools is to make sure that the HTML tags you're using are appropriate for their use case. So does a section tag work here? Yes, it does. It functions, right? There's nothing wrong with it. But what would be a better tag to use here so that a screen reader can appropriately navigate the page and understand the page layout? Well, probably the main tag, because we've got our header here. And then immediately afterward, we've got this tag that wraps really the main content of the page. And so instead of section, we should be using the main tag. So that's on our notes of things to update. And I believe we're using Flexbox here, so this is fine. Then we've got this kind of this text right here. Choose your breed. Let's make this a little bigger. Okay, so it's like I'm thinking that maybe we'll have to look and see whether this section is needed. I'm not sure that it is. So let's peek over in the in the CSS really quickly and see if this tag is actually doing anything, because I'm not sure that it is. Yeah, and I think that's Jan. I think that's what we're going to want to do. I think that's what we're going to want to do. I think we're going to want to convert this from all this nonsense here, this section and this span. I think we're going to actually want to make this a label on our select box, because again, for accessibility with screen readers, you want to make sure that if you have a select box and you're telling you have some instructions on how to operate that select box, that it should be a label attached to the select box, because again, that's how screen reader is going to know, oh, this label belongs to this thing, versus it being a completely separate span. Hey, Leah. You work with migrate. Fuel says, I work with migrating an old COBOL app from the 1980s to a web app. Yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, my day job is I'm a SQL developer, and we all know that SQL is, a language from the late 1970s. So um, yeah, there's some old languages out there, old code out there, definitely. All right, no worries, Marty. Good to have you here. Welcome. So I think the next thing we're gonna let's double check in our CSS here, and let's see whether this item class is actually doing anything, because I'm not sure that it is. So if we look in our CSS, I don't know about you, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything that is happening here. This that item class is not doing anything. So I would suggest that we can get rid of it, and we'll convert this span into a label. So make a note of that. So get rid, and then what we'll do here is we'll say convert to label. Yeah, that'll be better. And then I think, again, we've got another section here that's not needed, right? We'll get rid of that. Fuel says, also new glasses, or am I imagining anything? Yeah, I've got new glasses. I'm wearing glasses now. Surprise. Yep. I should have been wearing glasses for a long time. I just wasn't. So I'm being kind to my eyes, wearing glasses. So I think the select box overall actually looks correct. I don't see anything wrong with this. Got a class of breeds. We'll see if that's doing anything. Thank you for the follow, Walter Ground. Marty says, so basically we keep troubleshooting again, old program. Yeah. We're taking an old project that I did 3 years ago, and we're going through it, and what we're doing is we're calling refactoring. So it's not that there's anything wrong with this project. It works fine. There's nothing, it functions just fine. But we're going through and we are making better choices. We're making it more accessible. We are going to be rewriting some of the JavaScript, again, to just make it easier to read and to use, and more use better practices. And so refactoring is an important skill to have. 21 says, have we just been getting familiar with the code and commenting? Yes. Yeah, that's all we're doing right now. So we're getting rid of these two sections. Let's look at this. Let's look at this class right here and see if that's doing anything. Class breeds. So here in the CSS. Yeah, okay, so that's not doing anything either. Oh, that's fun. I think, as I recall, when I was just learning this stuff, when I was first learning HTML, CSS, I used to just put a class on literally everything, because I thought you were supposed to. But we might be okay to even just get rid. So we can definitely get rid of this. I think that's not going to change anything. Actually, wait, no, I'm not going to. We'll just do get rid of class. It's not doing anything. Again, here, we've got another section, which is probably not doing anything either. So we can try get rid of this. Now this, I do believe, is doing something. Image container. And this one here contains both these emojis and the image. Now, one thing here about these emojis. Emojis are great. They're super fun. But they also aren't super compatible with screen readers. So we might want to get rid of these emojis just to make things more compatible for a screen reader. But I mean, I can leave that up to chat whether we want to, whether we should, or what we could do is we could move the emojis somewhere else, maybe at the end or below the image or something like that, where they're not interfering with anything. We can move them below the image, maybe. Just put a note here. For now. All right, so looks like we've got left column. Yeah, so left column and then right column. Now I wonder what would happen if we also, what is this image container doing? Let's look at our CSS. Oh, breeds class is getting queried. Okay. Good catch. Yeah, that's why we're not getting rid of stuff just yet. We're just making notes of things. Because yeah, there can be other things um, that are using this outside of the CSS. So yep, good catch. Jan2 says you could use ARIA hidden to hide it from screen readers. Oh, okay. I haven't used that before, but that's a great suggestion. Thank you. We'll learn how to do that. Let's see. Say ARIA hidden. Oh, not ARIA. ARIA hidden. Yeah, and for anybody who's not familiar with ARIA, so ARIA features are basically special attributes that you can add on to your HTML to make it easier for screen readers to parse. So there's a lot of things that you can sort of little secret messages you can hide in your HTML to make screen readers better be able to understand what your HTML is supposed to do and what it's intended for. Pitted says, could you just add an alt tag for screen readers? Yeah, we're doing that here. So like in our image, we're doing that here on our default image. And you'll actually be able to see that alt tag if I reload this page. So here, since and I can say it now because we're past the time limit, since the API that I was originally using to pull this image is broken. So I actually checked, this API doesn't exist anymore. So in 3 years, this API has been discontinued. Um, we can see that instead of displaying the image, it's actually displaying the alt text. So cute corgi for the homepage. Rip, rip the corgi API I was using. So that's alt text. And that's why alt text is important on your images, because it's not just for screen readers, it's also if something breaks and you still want your site to be usable. Yeah. Rip. Yep. Yeah, there used to be a special site called Place Corgi, and it was a placeholder images generating site that would just generate images of corgis in any size that you wanted. It was really great, actually. Yeah, it would just generate images of corgis in any size that you specify, and unfortunately, it no longer exists. Yeah, R.I.P. There was a question earlier: which one has less stress between refactoring and writing new code? Yeah, I agree with what Diva said. It depends. If it's a really spaghetti code, then refactoring it is a nightmare. But sometimes if it's well written code, or if it's well documented code, you just kind of go through it and you understand the structure really quickly, and you're just like, oh, I need to only change X, Y, and Z to make it do what I want, and then it's really nice. Whereas sometimes writing new code, you encounter all sorts of problems that you don't anticipate and roadblocks and that kind of thing. And so it just depends on how good the code you're refactoring is. Fuel says, I think I'm more stressed by new code. Yeah, it just depends. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we'll apply the area hidden to that, or aria hidden. Oh, thank you for the follow, Suresh. Suresh, sorry. So then we've got our right column. So essentially, the site is 2 columns. Again, we've got this item section that I don't think we need. That. Get rid. And yeah, all this stuff is fine. We've got a list of characteristics here, the default characteristics. These are okay. So, I mean, what I might do today if I was completely rewriting this is I would make it so that these, LIs they don't exist when you first load the page, and then they get auto-generated with React or whatever, based on how many items you pull back from your data store. But again, since the goal here is not to change the user experience, it's just to update the underlying code, then I'm going to leave this as is with these default values here. Okay, and then we've got our script down here at the bottom. Cool. Carpelus says, I also dislike entropy. Yeah, the default value is that this dog dislikes baths and entropy, and I think we can all agree with that. Maybe the baths thing. I mean, I like baths. All right. So I think that's a good start. Now, what's one thing that you notice just as I kind of move these windows around? What's one thing that you kind of notice about the way this page is laid out? I know it's hard to see because it's behind the chat window, but we're going to move over into the CSS next. And what's one thing that you notice about the way this page works? I can move it over if we need a better view here. It's too good. Well, I appreciate that. But yeah, as Callie says, it's responsiveness, right? Or lack thereof. So yeah, right now on a mobile screen, if I shrink this down on a mobile screen, this really isn't going to work, right? It's not going to work. So as we look at the CSS, we'll keep that in mind. Well, the text, yeah, the text is automatically going to wrap itself because we've got, looks like there's some padding here and stuff like that. But we don't, on a mobile screen, you don't want to have to scroll left to right, right? On a mobile screen, you want it to fit within the bounds of that screen, or change the layout of the text to fit within the bounds of that screen. So we'll take a look at the CSS next and make some notes there as well. Fuel says, I don't want to scroll left and right on my desktop. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that too. All right, so I'm thinking that the CSS here is mostly okay. We got a nice gradient on the background. We've got height at 100 VH. Font size, we're using Flexbox for the display, flex direction row, padding. Now, I'll admit, I don't do raw CSS very much anymore. I mostly use frameworks like Tailwind or Bootstrap. So if anybody's like, oh my God, what's going on? Then, feel free to shout it out. Otherwise, I'm probably going to leave most of this CSS as is. But what we're going to do is, oops, I can't even type either. Criminy. All right. Bear with me. All right. What we'll do here is we want what we want to add is responsiveness to this CSS. So we're going to be adding some elements here to make it responsive. Now, what do we call that? What's that called when we add a section specifically for responsiveness in our CSS? Media queries. Yeah, it's called a media query. So we're going to add media queries for responsiveness. Right. Yep. Jan says, I've done some accessibility work in the past. Responsiveness is also great for allies. Users with bad vision zoom in 400%, which is pretty much 320 pixels width. Yeah, I actually did something like that for an app at work. So the person that wrote it was always using a so the person that wrote this application, it's basically a window with like an output log underneath. So you perform an action in the window, and then it write something in the database, and you get a log back. You get like a log entry saying like row whatever written to database, and then any error messages are written in this log as well. Well, the person that wrote the application often used a very large monitor, like very wide monitor, and they kept the text zoomed out very far. But I happened to notice that on someone else's screen who did zoom in, they needed things to be a little bigger, so they would zoom in, and their monitor was smaller. What I noticed was that these log messages, which were very important, would just go off the edge of the box, right? And there was no scroll bar, so you couldn't scroll to the right to read the rest of the message. It was just cut off, and so you couldn't, if you got an error message, you couldn't tell what the error message was. And so yeah, those are those types of considerations where accessibility isn't just for people who are using screen readers or who are need special tools to navigate the internet or an application. Accessibility considerations really help everybody, because you never know when someone's going to have a different configuration than you do. And so in the case of this particular application, I had to refactor some code to make it so that the log text would hit the edge of the box and wrap to the next line so you could still read it even if you were zoomed in. Or you could use a scroll bar to zoom to scroll back and forth from the box. So just something the person who originally wrote it didn't even think of, because they were like, well, I can see everything, so why bother? But yeah, those are important considerations, definitely. All right, so we'll add media queries here. That sounds good. So let's go ahead and update the HTML and CSS now, and then we'll jump into the JavaScript, because I think we're going to have to do a lot more work on the JavaScript than we are on the HTML and CSS. So, all right, first thing, we will update this. We'll change it to a main tag, main, and we'll update the closing tag as well. And after we do this, we'll test the app again and make sure that it still looks and behaves the same, and then we'll hit the CSS. Main. We did that. And column, left column. All right, we'll get rid of this bad boy here. It's all about comfort. Yeah. It's like they say, a rising tide lifts all boats, right? If you improve something for a specific group, then it's probably going to benefit others who even don't directly know that they need that or want that. Get rid of that. The closing tag. Yeah, I love that saying too. Oh, thank you for the follow, happy camper. I hope you're a happy camper today. Sorry for that. All right. So yeah, and now next thing we're going to do here is we're going to change this to a label. So with a label, I don't think we don't need the second section here either. Get rid of that. And we're going to convert this to a label, which will attach it to that select box. Yep. Rid of that. And the class name is needed. So that's going to be queried in the JavaScript. Now, for funsies, let's remove it and let's see what happens. So let's say that we didn't that Copper Lily wasn't the Copper Lily didn't happen to catch that, and we got rid of this class. Yeah. So now notice that immediately when we check it, we're missing some stuff here, right? Something went wrong. So if we wanted to, we're like, okay, something broke here. I broke something. What would be the first thing that I should do in order to investigate what happened here, in order to troubleshoot? Cry? Okay, you can do that. What's the next thing that you would want to do to troubleshoot this? Yeah, we're gonna want to open the panel here, and we're gonna want to look for errors, right? So let's look what we got here. Yeah. So what we see here in the console is a couple things that are telling us what's wrong. Well, before we even check the script, because we could go through our JavaScript line by line and still not know exactly what's wrong. But the best way you can investigate something is to look in the console and see if you're getting any errors. And so that's exactly what's happening here. So cannot read properties of null reading add event listener. So what does add event listener do? Oh, yeah, gotcha, Marty. Yeah. What does add event listener do? Going back to basics here as far as JavaScript. The Smurfs. Yeah. What do the Smurfs do? Hey, Ryan. We're having fun with refactoring today. Listens for events. Where do those events come from? Yeah, event listeners listen for events. That's right. But where do those events come from? If you're new to this stream, I ask a lot of questions of you guys. User actions. Okay. And how do those users interact with the application? So what is I guess my overall question is here is, why are we getting this error? DOM elements. Yeah. So in the case of our application, Those DOM elements are what? Just in general. What are DOM elements in our application? What did we just finish messing with? What did we just finish messing with and we saved it and then we got an error? Code. What kind of code? H. A class on what? What was that class attached to? You're close. What was that class attached to? Just in general. Yeah, an element, right? HTML element. Yeah. So what is this error message telling me? It's saying cannot read properties of null, reading add event listener. Okay, so what this is saying is that this event listener is getting a value of null when it tries to add itself to an HTML element, right? So this message is very simple, but it's telling us a lot of things. It's saying, all right, add event listener did not work because it found a value of null, meaning there was nothing there, when it tried to attach itself to whatever it was supposed to be attached to. So that means that it couldn't find the HTML element it was looking for. Now, why? Because we removed the class that it was looking for from the element. So we removed the class it was looking for from the element. And it couldn't find that anymore. And so then it failed. Yeah. All right, so if we click on the, you can't see that, it's behind my camera image, but if we click to the right, there's a link to the specific line in the script where things went wrong. So we can look and see, all right, add event listener on change event, it's getting the image and it's calling all these functions. Yeah. Oh, and it also failed here. Yep, append child. And so this is where it's putting the breeds in. And it's getting the, so our select, our value of select here, which is what this is attaching to. So it's adding event listener to the select object. And what that is document.query selector looking for the class of breeds. And we took that class away. So we need to put it back because we broke it. So let's do that. Got a few windows open here. Let's put that back. We'll save it. And then we'll try again. Yeah, so we can already see now in the top right, we can already see that there are no errors anymore. So the first thing you can do is if you leave the, it's sometimes it's nice if you make a change, you can leave the console open. You can see immediately, oh yeah, looks like we're doing better already, right? No errors. Cool. Now, awesome. So we're getting our breed list now, but we're still getting an error because looks like some of our all of our default HTML values aren't showing up. Hey Motown, welcome. Oh, got a new follower too. Who followed? Motown, happy camper. Thank you for the follows. Yeah, so we still got a problem, right? Again, cannot set properties. So some of our HTML isn't displaying, and most likely that is an issue with a particular tag. Oss says before you remove closing select tag instead of a closing section. Oh, okay. Yep. Good catch. So we'll just go back a little bit here. Yep. So another thing here is I probably did that because these are I've kind of got things misaligned. So let's see, select class, get rid of class, select section. Yeah, so we've got an extra section tag here. And we'll double check this. Open, close, open, close, open, close. There we go. We should be better now. All right, now let's fix these again. Keep that. Put this back to label. So, and that's another reason why we're refactoring this too, right? Because things are a little bit there's a lot of nesting going on, which is fine. You can nest HTML elements. That's perfectly fine. But if you have extra elements that don't need to be there, then it can make things more complicated than it needs to be. So let's take another look. Hey, that looks better. Yay, we're back in business. Before you go into yeah, okay, yep, got that. Hey, Vettel, welcome to the stream. Oh, yeah, and that's a good point, Vettel. They say you need to programmatically associate your label. I assume what you're referring to is we say it's for, and then we say, let's see, what is it? I honestly forget how I do this. Is it label for, and then it's the ID? Okay, yeah, I need to put an ID on this. So we'll say ID equals, yep, good catch. That also helps with accessibility. So ID equals, we'll give it breed selector. Yeah. That. That. Cool. Okay. Let's make sure that worked. I think it did. There we go. Yep. Yeah. Oh, that's a fantastic looking dog, by the way. Yes. Thank you for the reminder on that. Yeah. I think I felt like I was missing something on that selector. And yeah. No, absolutely. I agree, Vettel. Thank you for the hydrate. I've got some chamomile tea. Nope. I appreciate that catch. And yeah, if you're new to the stream, I don't mind asking if you ask questions or point things out to me. That's not going to bother me at all. Um, it's all good. And also, there's no such thing as a stupid question either. Those don't exist. If you have a question, probably other people do too. Oh yeah, that's a good point too. Um, there's a so Chrome also offers. I don't know if other browsers offer accessibility checks too. I know Chrome does. Um, but yeah, you can check accessibility with Lighthouse, and I know you can, yeah, with Lighthouse and Chrome, and I'm not sure about other browsers too, but probably. I mean, I imagine Edge does since it's built on Chromium. Firefox, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, great. So we're back on a good footing here. One thing we might also need to do is modify the CSS for the label to make it match this again, because we had some styling for the span and then that went away when we turned this into a label. So we'll probably just have to fix that. Vettel says all major browsers offer looking at node accessibility or creating an accessibility tree. Awesome. Yeah, that's great that they do that. Tara Theory says, can you talk about writing comments before executing? Yeah, and that's more of just like making sure that you don't shoot yourself in the foot, because it can be really tempting when you're looking at code and you're like, oh, I'm going to change this and this and this, and you go in and you make 5 different changes before you actually test whether any of those changes worked. And then how do you know which of your 5 different changes actually caused the problem, right? So we kind of went through first and we tried to get a big picture feel for how things were structured. We tried to understand before we executed. What's that phrase? Measure twice, cut once, right? We looked and we tried to understand how things were working before we executed, and then we made sure we noted what we did change. Yeah. Okay, so we converted that to a label. Fetching cat photos while still displaying dog info. Yeah, it's great. So we're not going to get rid of the class. And we've got our option, value starter, selected. Select me, okay. Now, I don't think we need this either because we looked at our CSS before and it didn't affect performance at all. This is unnecessary. And I believe it's not in the JavaScript either. Go to that. Got to make sure I get the right one. Yeah, rid of that. Okay, now with these emojis we talked before, measure once, curse twice. Yeah, exactly. Done that before. So now we've got these emojis, and we talked about this before. How emojis are super fun, but they also aren't necessarily accessible to software that is trying to translate what's on the page into words. Um, so someone mentioned earlier. I apologize. I forget who mentioned this. They mentioned the ARIA hidden label. And I don't believe I've actually used this before, but there's never a bad time to, learn how to use something new. So we'll head on back. Let's see. Oh no, I'll just do it right here. So is it just, and now how do I apply this? So if I want to apply this ARIA hidden label, is it just ARIA hidden like that? True? Is that it? I'm going to assume so. Yay. It's so easy to implement this stuff, right? It doesn't take more than a second to implement this, but it could really help somebody out if they don't have to, if their screen reader doesn't have to try to parse 7 dog emojis before it actually gets to the image, right? So it's that's such a small thing, but it's easy to do. All right, we'll save that. Now our default image. Yeah, exactly. Strain says the teacher also becomes the student. Hint, hint. That's actually why I started streaming in the first place, because I was still going through 100 devs, and it was actually really helping me learn stuff to start teaching it. Teaching is the best way to learn, and so fairly selfishly, I started streaming, and because it's more for, honestly, it's more for my benefit than anything else. So that's very true. It's absolutely true. If you want to really learn stuff better, then start teaching it to other people. Frankly says aria or area. No, it's aria, ARIA. It's a specific attribute. Yep. All right, so we need to find a replacement image here, because if we load this, you can see that the default image is broken. Now, we did right by putting, alt text here, so it's still functional. Symbiotic relationship. Yeah. So why don't we get another corgi image from the API that we're actually using for this project? So, whoops, that's the wrong tab. Sorry. So let's head on over to the JavaScript. We'll just grab that. We'll grab the URL, and we will grab a random image. Now we can already see that we got some work to do on this JavaScript, right? It's gnarly, baby. It's gnarly. And we're gonna take a break here pretty soon. We're almost done. We're gonna finish with the HTML, and we'll take a break. Um, let's see, where are we going for this? Here. So we'll get this, and I want a corgi as the default image. So we're just gonna hard code in. Dun, 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 dun. Just do that. So instead of having this template literal here, we're just going to do, we'll try this. Corgi, dog CO, APO, breed, corgi, images random. All right, let's see if that works. Reload. No. Okay. Let's see. What is it listed as? Corgi. Okay, it's listed as corgi. API, breed, corgi, images, random. All right, let's just put it in the browser and see what we get. Have become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Yeah, nice Star Wars reference. That. Okay, so it was able to pull back an image there. Interesting. Oh, okay. I know why. Yeah. Because we got to do the we've actually got to grab the actual image itself. That's why. Because what we're doing here is we're hitting the API, and it's sending back the URL for an image. So we're hitting the API, and then it sends back another URL. So we just grab this, and this, and we'll get rid of these. So also too, see how we've got these kind of weird V slashes here. Does anybody know what these are called when we see this sort of double slash dealio? Normally, we only see like a forward slash. Yeah, so these are essentially what it's doing here is these are like escape characters, I believe. No, it's not typos. They need to be there. No. Let's try this. Yay, look at that. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, I love it. Yeah, so sometimes, depending on the way your data is structured, sometimes you might need what's called an escape character because you don't want your JSON to be parsed incorrectly because of those slashes. And so, what an escape character does is essentially it tells whatever program is accessing that to be like, nope, ignore the slash. Like, don't process that. We just want to keep it as a string literal. And so, those escape characters are probably what that's for. Yeah, escape cars. Yep. Yeah, that's adorable. I love that. All right, so that's a great image for the homepage. I think that'll work. Cute, and this alt text is still viable here. We're almost done. Let's get rid of this other item section here. Get rid of this. Yeah, I think that's fine. And I didn't see any problem with this list itself. Now I saw in chat somebody mentioned, what do we want to change alignment? Yeah, we can look at that in the CSS when we get back. But I think this looks okay. I don't see any typos. And we've got our script link down here at the bottom. Now, why do we link our scripts at the end of our code? Anybody remember? Or you can put it up at the top and you just use the well, I'll ask that as the follow up. But why do we put our script tags at the end of our code? Why down here? Why not up here with the style sheet? Yeah, exactly. So it loads after the rest of the page, so everything else loads first. Why? Engineer Moore says the DOM elements need to be there before the scripts try to work with them. Yep. And at the very basic level for the user experience, right? For the user experience, at the very least, you want the HTML to display, if nothing else. Like if your script breaks, if they lose their internet, whatever. At the very least, they will have the HTML to work with, even if the actual scripts underneath don't work, because scripts are not, well, scripts shouldn't be essential. Sometimes they are, but if you can have enough HTML to make the page work without the script, then at least you have that. Yeah. Less errors. Yeah, hopefully. All right, and then we'll reload this one more time. Yep, looks like it's working. Still able to get it. Caught a butterfly and immediately spit it back out. All right, cool. Yeah, so we got through our HTML. Next, we'll head over to the CSS. Head over to the CSS, and our main point there, what we're going to do, we're going to take a break first, though, because it's at the top of the hour and we like to take breaks. The main thing we were going to do here was add media queries for responsiveness on smaller screens. So that's going to be our main thing when we get back. And then after that, we're going to head into the main event, our main.js, where there is a lot of work to do. I will tell you what. I already looked at it and it's wild stuff. So, oh yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, we normally take a break at the top of each hour to be healthy. We're going to take 5 minutes. So go on, get yourself some hydration, let your dog out, whatever you got to do. Use the restroom, whatever you need to do. And then when we come back, we're going to pop into the CSS very briefly. We're not going to spend a ton of time on it. And then we're going to head over to the JavaScript. Okay, folks, I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Okay, folks, we're gonna be back here in about 1 minute, so get yourself a glass of water, use the restroom, let your dog out or let your dog in, and then come on back when you're ready. Oh my goodness, Laylo, thank you so much for the sub. I'll give you the special sub screen as soon as we resume here. Welcome back. I forgot to unmute. Sorry. Welcome back. Thank you so much, Laylo, for the sub. That's so kind of you. You're very cool. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Yeah, Marty says, sorry if I don't respond much. I'm joining cohort 3. That's no problem. We've got a lot of folks that never participate in chat at all. They just lurk, and that's perfectly fine. You're allowed to lurk. You're allowed to participate. You're allowed to ask questions. Anybody's welcome here. It doesn't matter what your level of experience is. As long as you are interacting politely with the community. If you choose to interact, I don't, interact politely with me, interact politely with the community. Anybody is allowed to hang out here with me. We've got a lot of folks that we've got a lot of folks that like to cook while I'm streaming. They just listen to the stream and they make dinner or lunch or whatever, and that's fun too. Hey Esther, welcome. Nice glasses, thank you. Yeah, I like them too. They're pretty nice. Yep. Glasses are so expensive though. I mean, it's like for what it is, like it's metal and glass. Like, why is it so expensive? Oh my goodness, Ellipse, thank you so much. Enrique, Ellipse Enrique, thank you so much for subscribing. You're very cool. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, and as Sloop says, if you're joining 100 Devs cohort 3, be sure to relax while you can because once it starts, you will be busy. And yes, Sloop is 100% correct. It's not, like any training course, it's not easy if you want to be committed to it. And so, yeah, do take time for self care and a little bit of relaxation prior to that. Hey, Gudo, welcome to the stream. They say, welcome from the Netherlands. You're new to 100 Devs. That's awesome. Welcome. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. All right, let's look at our CSS. So we finished going through our HTML, and now we're just going to take a quick pass through our CSS. I believe there was a suggestion up a bit. I need to read it again about alignment. Sorry, I got to find it. I think they asked, well, I think the gist of the question was, should we left align this column here? I would say no. I kind of like the way it looks centered. So having the text on top of the box and like centered on top of the box, and then having the emojis centered on top of the image, so everything's kind of nicely centered. Um, and then having this one left aligned, so it's kind of close to the image. I think that was kind of a stylistic choice, but I'm open to dissent there. I think kind of deliberate the way this was set up, but um, if it's going to be a problem, we would change it. But I think it's more of a stylistic thing. 200% committed. That's awesome. Right, right. Align it. Go full anarchist. Yeah, or justify and put massive spaces between the letters. Yeah, or between the words. Yeah, we could do that too. Shouldn't be messy, so I like it. All right. Yeah, I think it's okay. So I think we looked at and we said that the CSS here was mostly okay, but what we want to add is a media query down here at the bottom. So let's go ahead and do that. And again, what are media queries for? When we say media query, what do we mean? Mobile devices, yeah, responsive design, exactly. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a mobile device, but in general, that's what we're coding for. Is we have a certain cutoff for mobile devices like phones, which have a drastically different layout than your monitor, right? Because your monitor has a like a horizontal rectangular layout, whereas your mobile phone has the opposite, which is like a vertical screen layout, right? So you have to restructure your page to meet those requirements. Now, kind of the current philosophy in web design is that you design for mobile first, which is where you design for a phone screen. You code your web page with a phone screen in mind, and then you make it work on like a regular computer monitor. Um, and I don't disagree with that, but I think it's easy to go too far into the mobile world. And so when you look at your web page on a reasonably sized monitor, then it looks really strange. Everything's really far apart. The user has to scroll really far to get to the actual content on the page. And so because they're thinking about a mobile user who can just flick their finger and scroll really far really fast, whereas on a regular computer monitor it takes longer to scroll, right? Because you have to move the mouse wheel. And so I think it's easy to go too far in the mobile direction. And so it's just something to think about. Your in the general gist is that your web page should be functional on both monitors and mobile devices if you can help it. Yeah. Marty says, "Is full stack? We need to bother about aesthetics as well, right?" Well, it depends on what you mean by aesthetics. So the user experience always matters. And so user experience is different than design. They do coincide, but you can make a website with a great user experience just with HTML. As long as it makes sense, as long as it has flow. Think about something like Craigslist. Now, I'm not saying that Craigslist has a great user experience, but it is easy to navigate. And it's really mostly just HTML, like as far as the appearance of it. There's really no styling. It's all default fonts and default, there's no extra fiddly bits. And Craigslist is still a very popular site. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Yep. It's always healthy. So you can have a website with a great user experience even with minimal CSS. Um, Now, design definitely is important to make your site attractive to users if you're trying to attract customers or things like that, or to show off media. But user experience is should always come first. I have a big gripe with a lot of restaurant websites. You go to a website for a restaurant and you can't find anything; it's just images. I've complained about this before. But if I'm hungry and I'm going to a restaurant website, what do I want to see? I want to see their phone number, their hours, and their menu. Like that's all I care about. And so I should be able to see those three things immediately without having to navigate at all. um, you can give me pretty pictures and stuff like that, but just make those three things front and center. User experience first, right? Frankly says some say text are more readable when aligned left. Yeah, and that makes sense. The majority of our text here is aligned left. So in this column, all this text that the majority of the readable, like the actual text is left aligned. The more aesthetic elements, I guess, are centered. Yeah. No, I don't disagree that text is better read left aligned. Yeah. Yep. Esther says technically it's only the width of the screen, which I have to say most pages are a horrible experience if you try to use a big 4K monitor in vertical. Yeah, like that's what I meant when I talk about how sometimes the mobile first design of web pages, they're only thinking about phones, um, really backfires as monitors keep getting bigger and wider. It just looks terrible. So yeah, I totally agree. All right, so let's add a media query here for this. Now, how do I start a media query? How can my browser identify that, hey, this is a media query. I need to pay attention to screen width here and switch styles. Copperly says, I hate the ones that make you start an order just to view the menu. Yeah, talking about restaurant websites. Oh, totally. Yeah. Yeah. So we identify a media query with literally saying media. And then within that, we can set a max width, where we want to trigger this style change. So you can say max width, we'll just say 768. But I mean, there's different. You can have different levels of cutoff. We're not gonna make things too complicated here. Um, and when we do that, I think what we'd like to do is what you'll generally see is that when you have columns that are side by side, um, you'll see those columns get stacked. So you have two columns side by side or more columns side by side, and what you'll find is that we want to modify our flexbox to essentially stack those on top of each other vertically. So I think that's what we'll do here. So let's see, for section container, I think that's the one that, yeah, so we've got section, display, flex, flex direction row. I think if we just change this to column, yeah, if we just change this to column, it should vertically stack everything. Yep. So we just reverse our flex direction here. Yeah. And then we also probably want to reduce the padding to make better use of the phone screen. So I think we'll say section container, and in that we'll say flex direction column, and we'll say padding left 5 VW. Now, what does VW stand for? Padding right 5 VW. That should do that. Yeah, it stands for viewport width. Oh, no worries, Jumpin' Joe. Thank you for stopping in. It was good to have you here today. Yeah, feel free. You can just tune in whenever you want. Now, jump in before you leave. All of my streams are recorded, so even if you have to miss one, you can always go to the videos tab on my Twitch channel right here. You can watch previous streams, and then before they expire, I move them over to YouTube. So you can find my YouTube archive of almost 3 years of videos at this point. Exclamation point YouTube if you need a link to my channel. Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Yeah, view height. So we got view width and view height. Good catch. No, sorry, this should be view width. Never mind. That's view width. Yeah, so viewport width is essentially the width of the window that you are in. So the viewport. So viewport is different than like your screen width. So your viewport is essentially the available viewing area for that web page. All right, so let's save this. We're gonna have to do more, but let's save this and let's see how it looks. So if I just move this over, boop, there we go. Yeah. So it works. Nice. That's exactly what we wanted. Is section container what we changed to main? Yes, but wait, is it? Hang on. I need to double check. Yeah. So that's our main tag. But the reason this still works is because it's just referencing the class and not the type of tag itself. So it works fine still. We could change this name to like main container or whatever, but I think it still technically works because there's sections inside of here, so it's containing the sections, right? So I think it's still valid. Yeah, kept the class. That's why it still works, because the class didn't change. We just changed the type of the tag, but still works. Okay, and then I think for the image, we'll want to make sure some of the images that come from this API are like fairly big. So we don't want them to be too large. So we'll just I want to set boundaries for the image as well. And the only reason I'm doing that is just because I happen to see that I already had this set for the regular display. So I'm just going to grab this and we'll just set them smaller. So our width here is 768. So we'll just say max width 500, and we could say like I don't know, 600 or something. Yeah. And then let's see, it's probably okay. Now for our font size, last thing here, font size 2, we can make our font size a little bit smaller. just in general on the page. Let's see how the changes we made so far look. Let's do, okay, so that's images a little larger. Yeah, so things still look okay. I think I might want to make the font size a little bit smaller for the body. Again, this, maybe not necessary, but we could just say make the global font size a little bit smaller. Font size, say 1.4 rem. See how that looks. Yeah, so the font size is much smaller overall when we go to mobile view. I think I want to make that font size a little bigger. We'll make it 1.6. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good, I think. Yeah. Ooh, that's a pretty picture. Okay, I think that's it for CSS. Like I said, I want to go through the CSS fairly quickly. Just add this media query for better responsiveness. But I don't want to, spend a lot of time messing around with CSS when we've got a lot of work to do on the JavaScript. So, any questions on CSS before we head over to JavaScript, or any questions on the HTML before we head over to the JavaScript? Seiwan says in Tailwind, it's breakpoints. I work with media queries better in Tailwind for some reason. I never work with media queries in vanilla CSS. Yeah, I mentioned earlier, I don't use vanilla CSS very much anymore. It's still good to practice because you never know when you're going to encounter it. But I don't use vanilla CSS all that often. Generally, I will use a framework like Bootstrap or something like Tailwind just to give me some quick default styles and default breakpoints. So instead of specifying manually what this width should be, excuse me, I need to sneeze. Instead of specifying manually what this width should be, we can say Tailwind has set breakpoints that you can use that are pre-configured to certain screen sizes, which can be really helpful. Oh, thank you, Copper Lily. Thank you. All right, let's head over to JavaScript. And we can already see just by looking at the little summary window here, we got some interesting things going on in the JavaScript. So what's happening here? We're gonna make this bigger so we can see it better. What do we got going on? All right, so first thing is we're defining our URL that we're hitting. And this is just to get the list of all the breeds to put in the little drop-down window. Beefy arrays, yeah, pretty much. So we're going to want to move those somewhere else. Just right out the gate, I can tell you those arrays should not live here in our JavaScript file. They should live somewhere else, and then we'll reference them and pull them in here when we need them. All right, and the other thing here that I see right out the gate is we're fetching this URL, and I think this fetch is literally enclosing the entire, like the entirety of all the rest of the code on the page. I think it's this whole fetch. Like this is all one big fetch. Which I mean, like I said, I mean it works. Or is it? Where does this end? It's hard to tell. Where do you end? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's enclosing everything on the page. So I don't like that. In general, what we want to do is instead of having these big all-encompassing functions, we want to encapsulate our work into smaller functions that we can then reference when we need them. Right? We want to keep things sort of self-enclosed, self-contained, encapsulated in functions or methods or whatever, and make the code a lot easier to read. So another thing here too, if we are essentially doing a fetch here, if we're essentially doing a fetch, or anytime we're hitting some kind of an outside resource, what do we generally want to do? What do we want to do with our when we're hitting an outside resource, which may or may not be functional? What are some things that we want to make sure we do? That's so fetch, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Uh, Copperly says try catch. Yeah, we don't have any error handling here right now. No error handling at all. It's just assuming that everything's going to be fine, right? We're not doing any sort of try catch or anything like that. We also aren't doing async await. Now, technically, like we are, async await is just fancier promises, right? It's just a fancier, newer way of writing promises, which is fine. We are still doing promises here with these then statements. But yeah, exactly. Strain says, just realize you're using then, which works similarly. Correct. So it's important to keep in mind that async await isn't necessarily its own thing. Async await is just a more readable way of writing promises. And these are promises right here. It's defining a sequence of events, right? And so I do want to change this to async await. But I mean, it is technically using promises right now. So I'm going to make some notes here. We'll say uh, break into smaller functions and also convert to async await and add try catch. Yeah. Now I appreciate my past self for putting some lovely comments on the code. So good job, me. Uh, good job, me, from a few years ago. I added some comments to remind myself what this code was doing. So essentially, we're taking this object. So we get some data. So essentially, we're hitting this API. We're getting the list of breeds. We're turning it into JSON, and then we're grabbing the data, turning it into an object, and then we're converting it into an array. So we're taking the message, turning it into an object, and then turning it into an array. I don't think that's necessary. We don't need to do that. We can just work directly off the object without having to turn it into an array first, I don't think. We should go backwards and use callbacks. No, I refuse. Uh, yeah, so I think, a little bit maybe unnecessary. I'll say I'm not going to spell this right. Unnecessary. I don't know if I spelled that right. I'll know what it means. Um, and then we're creating each option. So essentially what's happening here is we're looping through that array, right? We're looping through the array, and then we are creating option tags for each thing in the array and assigning the value and then the text for each option. Um, for this particular loop, what's a better way we could do this loop rather than manually doing the breeds array dot length? Assuming that we are using an object or an array, what's a better way we could do this? What's a better way we could loop through this? Yeah, we could use a map. What's another way? Yeah, we could do for each as well. Totally. Yep. Yeah, so let's do simplify loop. I'm going to get rid of these extra comments too. And then I think we could probably clean this up as well. This interior stuff. We'll still need to do this. And I think we'll still need to do this. But if we simplify loop, sorry. If we're doing it with an object, yeah, I think we can make this better. We'll talk through it when we go back around. Oh, Frankly says, is res a name for the function or a response containing data? Yeah, so res is essentially the response that comes back. So if you can see as I hover over it, parameter res response. Yeah. So you'll see rec sometimes too. So a lot of the times in like a server you'll see, or an API you'll see both rec and res. If you're doing like a fetch or whatever, or you're hitting an external source, you'll see rec and res specified as parameters, and that stands for request and response. And yeah, there's yeah, you could also just do for in also. Yep. And data. Oh, so data is really just so the way it's a little confusing. That's why I like async await better. Um because yeah, there's no issue with the way this works, but really all this means is we're getting a response back from the API, right? We're getting a response back from the API. We're returning that same response uh, converted to JSON. And that return, so whatever comes out of that return, then gets funneled into this next then statement. So what data means here really is this. Whatever gets returned here is just passed down the waterfall into data. Okay? So that's why I like async await better because I think it's easier to read. Yeah, because you can think of it kind of like literally like and then we do this and then we do this and then we do this. So essentially, we're just saying, all right, do the fetch, then get the response, parse the response, then pass that response into all this stuff. Mainenge says, is async await similar to try catch? You'll often see try catch used inside of async await, but they are not the same thing. Try catch is used for error handling. So literally, you try to do something, and then if there is an error, you catch it. So you can think of it like you can think of try catch like a trapeze artist at the circus. So you've got a circus, and you've got a person up there on the trapeze. Now, are they going to be able to do all their tricks without making any mistakes ever? No. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Luftala, or Lutfala, I'm sorry. Thank you. You get my special subscriber screen. You're very cool. Thank you. So anyway, so try catch. Like a trapeze artist. They're going to try to do their tricks every time. Are they always going to be successful? No. So what happens when they're not successful? They fall. Now, if you have someone who might fall sometimes or might fail sometimes, you want to make sure that you are set up to catch them. You want to have a net that's set up to catch them. And so catch catches any errors that might occur if that try fails for whatever reason. Now, async await is different. Async await is essentially how we control the flow of our application. Because let's say that I'm going out to the dog picture API that I'm using, right? I want to go out, I want to do a fetch from that dog picture API. What happens if my connection to that API is slow? Maybe, and by slow, I mean, a couple of milliseconds. Well, my code can load much more quickly than that API might be able to respond because it's external. We have no control over how fast that API responds. And so by making it an asynchronous function, we can essentially make sure that the rest of my code doesn't load in until we get a response. We want to await a response from that API before we proceed with the rest of the code. So literally we say, all right, make this function asynchronous, await a response from the API, so async await a response from the API, and then proceed. So wait until we hear back and then proceed. So they're two different concepts, but they often work together. And that's where we're going to use them together today. We're going to use async await and try catch for two different purposes. No worries, Mainedge. I'm glad that helped. Analogies are fun. I like coming up with them. Thanks for letting me do that. All right. Sorry if I missed anything in chat. The dude, where's your car cascade? Dude, where's my car cascade? It's funny. Okay, looks like we're good. All right, let's keep going. So we're definitely going to want to simplify this. Add async await. Here, what we're doing is we're adding the event listener. And what are we specifying here? What does this do? We're setting up one of the parameters that we're passing in here as change. So what does that mean? Or what is in general, what is this word? What is this? When we add an event listener, what does this first word specify? If it helps, you can think about what you might normally put in here when you're adding an event listener. Ryan says the event is the second thing here. The event is the second thing. What is this? Remember, we talked about earlier how event listeners are listening for some kind of a yes, the well, it's the type exactly. Yes, it's the type of the event that's going to trigger this event listener to fire. So I want this to be changed, but if we could say like um, we could say click, we could say scroll, we could say all sorts of different things. We could say hover, we could say hover like off, like somebody moves the mouse away. So there's a lot of different interactions that you can specify that will cause this to fire. Now, specifically, we're attaching this to a selection box. And so essentially, when they choose an item in that box, then we want this event listener to fire. We want to go ahead and get the image. We want to get the URL. We want to call all these functions all these methods, and get all the facts and things, and essentially set up the page. Now the event here, what is the event? Well, the event is actually a massive object containing all sorts of data about that user at the time they did this action. So if you ever get the chance and you're using an event listener, console log the event. Like just do a console log on the event object, and you will see it is massive. It is huge. It captures all sorts of information about what that user was doing, where they were, like when they did this thing. It's incredible. So it's more than just the click or the scroll. It's so huge. It's capturing what they clicked on, it's capturing, where their mouse was, all sorts of things. It's really wild. Anyway, we take this data, and if we want to know what they clicked on, we just specify event target value. And most of the time, that's what you're going to be using. If you are trying to say, all right, what did they click on? What did they hover over? You're going to say event.target.value. But this is part of a massive object, and which is why you can't just say, event here. Like we couldn't just do this because it's huge. You have to specify exactly what bit of data you want. Yeah. So do that sometimes. Do a console log on event. It's wild. Strand says, I truly appreciate the engineers who did all the work of building those out and making them usable for me. Yeah, I always say we stand on the shoulders of giants, right? People always get, their hair in a bunch about, oh, I can't build anything new. I can't build anything unique. And really, like, since the internet was invented, or since coding was invented, nobody has ever built anything that's truly new, because we're always working off, maybe Linus Torvalds did, but other than that, we're all working off stuff that other people have done before us. We're just making use of things that they've already built to build more things. We're building a pyramid of blocks on top of each other. And so don't worry if you're not building something truly unique, because nobody else did either. Just build stuff that works. Diffuse says, "I love your shirt." Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's the exploding TARDIS from Doctor Who. Glad you caught that. What DOM object is row 22 listening to? Well, we can find that by saying, okay, we're attaching add event listener to this select object. So what is select? Well, select is document.querySelector.breeds. What does dot breeds mean? What is that referring to? Just in general. If you see a query selector and it says dot, what does that mean? Strain says, if new was a requirement, Shakespeare would have put almost everyone out of business. Yeah. When I actually started reading Shakespeare, like actually reading it to like understand it, you realize that Shakespeare did pretty much the plot of every single movie that has ever been made. it all comes from a Shakespeare plot, or Shakespeare did it first. Like, honestly, like every single rom-com, every single drama, it was all Shakespeare plays first. And that doesn't mean we can't make good movies, right? We do. We just keep adapting these ideas for modern times. And that's what matters. It doesn't matter that it's been done before, because it's all been done before. Yes. So specifically, the dot here is referring to an item with the class of breeds. So this is important here, this dot. It says, hey, document.query selector, look for an HTML item with a class of breeds. And if you look in the HTML, that refers specifically to a very specific section. So now, theoretically, this should be an ID, but it works. There's no problem with it being a class. It's fine. But it should probably be, by rights, it should probably be an ID. And we might come back. I'm thinking about that. We might come back and change it to a select by ID, but it's working fine as a class for now. I don't think there's anything semantically wrong with that. Yeah, good. I'm glad it makes sense. Okay, so anytime you see the word select, it's referring to this specific item. Okay, so on change, we're hitting this URL, and then we're calling these functions, or sorry, these methods. So I think that's okay. In general, if I'm dealing with event listeners or adding event listeners, I want to try to keep those fairly self-contained. So I'm thinking we might, as we're kind of breaking these things apart into more self-contained methods and functions, I think I want to make this maybe smaller. So maybe we're only doing like these two things, and then we're calling another function that then calls these. Well, I don't know. Think about it. All right, now we're setting up an image. So we're selecting another thing with a class of dog image. And then we're doing another fetch here. So we're doing a fetch inside of a fetch. I'm not a huge fan of that. We'll probably want to modify that. Again, we're doing another fetch. We're going to the URL, and then we're getting some JSON back, and we are extracting the message and attaching it to the image tag. So this is important here. What's happening is, so we're getting some data back, and essentially what we're getting back, let's see if I still have it up here. What we're getting back when you hit that URL is this. So when you essentially, what we're doing is we're asking the API for a random image of a particular breed. So in this case, we said API/breed/corgi/images/random. When we do that, the API responds with two things. It responds with a JSON object that contains a message and a status. The message contains the URL. The status just says success or failure. So what we want to make sure we do here is we only want to extract the message part of this. We don't care at all about the status. So instead of just trying to attach the data to my image tag, I want to make sure I only grab this URL and not the status. Okay, hope that makes sense. So that's what we're doing here. We're saying, all right, go out and fetch, get the response, turn it to JSON, then take that data and only grab the message part of that object. So data.message lets us go into that object and find the thing with the key of message, which in this case is the URL, and attach that to our image tag, where image is document.query selector dog image, and apply it as a source attribute. So did you know that you can hook using JavaScript, you can go to a specific HTML tag, such as this one, and you can access specific attributes on that tag, such as source or alt, and you can then attach things to them. In this case, we're taking that image and we are updating the source attribute, the thing that actually, goes out and fetches the image, and we are putting that URL in there. Okay. Now, what else might we want to update? What else might we want to update on that image tag other than just image.source? Hey, it the crazy. Thank you for the follow. Also, Joker's Yard and Swodog, thank you for the follows as well. And Zfees. Sorry, I forgot to thank you earlier. Um, what else might we want to update on the image tag if we are updating the picture that's going to be displayed? Yeah, I think we're going to want to update the alt text. So a couple things here. We're going to want to convert to async await, add, try, catch. And also, I think we're going to want to, sorry. Yeah. We're also going to want to add alt text. Again, alt text is what you see. So if you are using the web page as like a sighted person, alt text is what you see if an image fails to load. You get that little broken image icon and you see some text next to it. That is alt text. It tells you what the image was supposed to be if it would have loaded. Now, if you're using something like a screen reader or an accessibility tool, that alt text is vital because that if you can't see the image, then the next best thing is a text description of it. So we're definitely going to want to add some alt text here to make sure that everybody who accesses the application knows exactly what the image is. Hey, Punk, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Now, the next thing is all this nonsense. I shouldn't say nonsense, but all this stuff. So we've got all the arrays that are powering. Actually, well, it's an object, right? This is a big object called Doggo info. Doggo info object is powering our essentially our data, right? It's our little database. And this object contains multiple arrays. It contains the arrays with keys f names, m names, likes list, dislikes list, and fact list. And then a couple of blanks, which really aren't necessary. I don't think these need to be here. So first thing I want to do is I want to get these out of here and into their own file. Now, we could, go through the trouble of setting up a database for these, an external database of all this information, with MongoDB or SQL or what. We could create SQL tables for each of these with all this information in it. I don't want to do that. I don't think it's necessary for, these static arrays. But what I do want to do is I want to move to their own. I want to take this and I want to move it to its own file so it's out of the way of my main script. So I never have to look at it. I can just reference it. So I want to say, move to their own file. Thank you for the follow, Halo. And yeah, thank you for the follow, Halo. Copper Lily says, how did you populate that data? I did it myself. This, folks, I built this app in the dark age of 2021. It was a strange and wild and savage time with no chat GPT. Can you imagine a time before chat GPT when you had to generate data for yourself with no extra help from a friendly generative AI? One can hardly picture it. It was so long ago. But yeah, I did this nonsense by hand. Like a peasant. Yeah. It was the dark ages, I tell you what. Yeah. Now, to be fair, I think for this list of names, like I just did, like I found a list of dog names online, but for the likes list, the dislikes list, and the fact list, like all these bespoke funny facts, I did all these by hand. I just thought them up over the period of a couple days, and I just kept writing them down. So this was definitely done by hand. Control C, Control C, Control V. No, I didn't. I wrote these all out. Yep. I think the only thing I automated was I used Microsoft Excel to like put them in array format with the quotes and the commas, to just add, like I had the whole list, I put it in Excel and I just wrote a formula to auto generate the commas and the quotes. Yeah, Excel's my jam. I did a stream on Excel 2 weeks ago. You should definitely watch it if you're curious about Microsoft Excel and how to make it work for you. Even developers need to know Microsoft Excel. It can really help you out. I promise. But anyway, yeah, all those were done by hand, but I want to get them out of here and into another file. James says, I have a friend who was scared of Excel. Oh, that's too bad. Excel is a really helpful tool. It's incredible. I started out as an analyst and I still use Excel as a developer. Anyway, also in this object, we have some functions. Now, when a function is inside of an object, what do we call it? It has a different name. It still works like a function, but what is it called? Yes, for a function that's inside of an object and can access the object's characteristics and things like that, we call it a method. So it has a different name. We reference it slightly differently. So, for example, here, this assign mf, which assigns male female. When we reference it up here, we can see we call the name of the object first, and then we reference the method. So slightly different than calling a normal function. We say object name first, method name second. All right. Anyway, what are we doing here? Well, it's pretty clear. We are assigning male or female, right? And so what is this for then? Hey, crazy. They say, hello there, just starting out with basic HTML. Not like I know something more than creating an image, redirecting to a website, but yeah, here I am trying to get into it. Hey, no problem. Yeah. Feel free. You can always go back and watch the earlier part of this video if you want more practice looking at HTML and understanding HTML. We went through the HTML kind of at the start of the stream, but feel free to stick around for the JavaScript and try to absorb a little bit of that. Anybody's welcome to hang out here, definitely. You can always rewatch this on the videos tab of my channel at any time, and then it'll move to my YouTube here in a couple weeks. All right, what are we doing here? What is this for? Yeah, and why am I doing that? Why do I want to generate a 0 or 1? Yeah. Also, I love it when my first time chatters come in with like the right answer. It's so cool. They're like, bam, I'm here, baby. Always makes me think of that line in Iron Man where Rhodey's talking about how he like comes in with like and drops a tank. Like he's like, boom, you looking for this? Whenever one of my first time chatters comes in with the right answer, I always think, boom, you looking for this? It's great. I love it. Anyway, yeah. So why do we want to generate a 0 or 1? Well, clearly it's helping us assign the sex of the dog, right? Why is 0 or 1 important? Because I'm passing this value, this x value, into this if else statement, right? I'm passing this x value. So what is this doing here? What is this? It's saying if x. What is that? What is that going to? How is that going to be evaluated? If x. Well, yeah, as Copperlily says, it's making a truthy or falsy value, right? So what does 1 evaluate to? If I were to pass if 1 into this, what would that evaluate to? Yeah, 1 would technically be true, right? Now, I'm doing a little bit of an extra check here of checking to see whether the result is equal to 0, but I really don't need to do that because 1 and 0 are truthy falsy in themselves, right? So this could be simplified. So we'll do that. We'll simplify that. And also, this could definitely be a single line if else. This doesn't need to be multi-line. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it being multi-line, but I think it would actually be simpler if it was a one line check. So what do we call it when Thanks, Mohammed. What do we call it when we have a one line evaluation of true or false? When we do a Code Wars special of a one liner, what do we call that? It has a name. Yes, what's that called, Mohammed? Yeah, it's called a ternary operator. Yeah, you're suck. Are you looking for this? Yeah, exactly. It's called a ternary. So we're gonna convert this to a ternary. I think it would look a lot better. Okay, and we're just setting that inner HTML. So we're essentially just saying grab the ID of the element and set it to male or female. Yeah, so main truthy and falsy is a little different than true or false. Hey, Bilal, thank you for the follow. So, truthy, falsy, and I'll do this explanation and then we need to take a break. So, truthy, falsy is a little different. It's very similar, but it's a little different than true and false. Ursak, thank you so much for the follow. So, if an expression explicitly evaluates to true or false, then it will be written as true or false, like the word true or false. However, there are other values in JavaScript that if you pass them into an if else statement, they will evaluate as if the word true or the word false had been passed in. And there's several different ways that you can do that. Um, so, for example, we could pass in one or zero. Like we said, one or zero is a binary choice. Either something is truthy with a one, or falsy with a zero. What are some other examples of truthy, falsy things that we could pass into a statement? So essentially, truthy, falsy just means it's not explicitly the word true or the word false, but we could pass them into an if else statement and have them evaluate as if that value was true or false. So, what are some other examples? I'll put it to the community. So, one evaluates as true, zero evaluates as false. What else? And the question of why is that they just are. That's kind of just what they that's just how they behave. Oh wow, Strain gave a list. All right. So yeah, the list of falsy values in JavaScript could be null. So null meaning there is nothing there. Null, undefined, false, not a number, zero, negative zero, on, or an empty string. Or sorry, on, sorry, or an empty string. And apparently document.all. That's interesting too. So yeah, all of those things, if you pass them into an if else statement, they would evaluate as false. Generally, what you'll see is something like this. You'll see, I'm just going to pseudocode this. You'll see something like um, if this is the most common way I see truthy falsy done. So you'll see something like if value, then do thing, else don't do thing. So what we're saying here is essentially if there is a value, then do a thing to that value. Else, if there is no value, don't do the thing. Now, if there is a value, that is truthy, because as Strain said, a null value, so no value at all, is falsy. So if the thing that's supposed to be in this value variable, if that thing does not exist, it's null, then it's falsy. Or maybe it's an empty string. We don't know, right? Could be null, could be an empty string. So we shouldn't do the thing because that thing doesn't exist. However, if there is a thing to do something to, we want to do the thing. But this is the most common application that I see of the truthy falsy principle, right? We're not passing in explicit, an explicit comparison. We're not saying if value equals 1, then do the thing. We're saying if that value even exists, then do the thing. Else, don't do the thing. Does that make sense? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, truthy and falsy, once you get your head around it, can be really, really powerful. It allows you to do extremely compact and quick comparisons. It allows you to always make sure that you, if you're trying to evaluate the value of a variable, that you don't do something, that you don't try to do something against a variable that's null, or that a variable you haven't put anything into, right? It's a little extra security for you if you wrap your function in a in a quick check to make sure that variable is even populated before you try to do something against it. So truthy and falsy can be really helpful in those types of situations. Yeah. All right. It's time for a break. So we're going to take a break, and we're going to finish reviewing this JavaScript. We're almost done. We've only got a couple small methods to get through, and some of them are kind of repeats of each other. So we just finished with this one. I'm going to do these smaller functions, which are kind of repetitive, except for this one. And then we're actually going to go through and rewrite this for the last hour of our time together. We're going to spend rewriting this JavaScript. That'll be perfect. All right. See you back here in 5 minutes. And if you've been sitting this entire time, if you didn't get up during the last break, go on and get up, get yourself a glass of water, use the restroom, do whatever you got to do, and then come back. So get up and move around if you're able to, and then come back. All right, cool. See you in 5. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back whenever you're ready. Get yourself a glass of water, use the restroom, let your dog in, and give your dog a pet, give your cat a pet, give your significant other a pet, with their permission, of course, and then come on back. All right, folks, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you all again. Let's finish reviewing this JavaScript. Like I said, we're almost done. We've only got a couple methods left to review, and then we're going to rewrite it. Hooray. All right. So we just finished with this gnarly looking function here, or sorry, method here. And the next thing we're doing is we're doing some assignments. So we're doing things like assigning names. We're assigning age. And what we can see here, first thing I see, is that assign name actually has a parameter. And this parameter is just called array. So what is this doing? Well, essentially what we're doing in the previous method is we are calling this dot assign name, and we're passing in the array of female names or male names depending on essentially this coin flip, right? This is just a coin flip saying, all right, it's either the animal's either going to be female or male, and if they're female, we pass in the female names. If they're male, we pass in the male names. Now, I'll be the first one to say that you know, I don't really like male, female names really doesn't matter, right? But for just for the purposes of the exercise, we do have two separate arrays. So one of them is F names, one of them is M names. And depending on which one was chosen, we pass that into this method here. Now, we keep seeing this keyword everywhere. We keep seeing this. What is that referring to? What does this mean? This dot whatever. What does that do for us? Yeah, it's referring to, in general, it's when we see the this keyword, it's referring to what? When we see the this keyword, what is it referring to? Just in general, anywhere you see it can be used in multiple kinds of ways. But in general, when we see the this keyword, what is it referring to? Main says the instance of a class. It could be. It doesn't have to be, though. As Halo said, well, it's in this case, it's probably referring to the dog object. So it could be a class, could just be an object. So in general, the this keyword refers to what? The initializes, it refers to the parent. So if you see the this keyword, it generally refers to whatever that parent thing is. So in this case, I got to scroll all the way up past these stupid arrays. In this case, it's referring to the parent object, which is Doggo info. So we see this, and by invoking this, it's essentially saying, okay, I'm referring specifically to the assign name method, which is in this object. It's in the Doggo info object, and I'm referring to the f names array, which is also in the Doggo info object, right? So the this keyword is generally referring to whatever the parent is for the thing you're currently in. So we're inside assign mf. We invoke this, and so that this keyword reaches all the way up to the parent, which is Doggo info. Okay? Now, it'd be a little bit different if we were using, arrow functions treat this a little bit differently, but in general, this keyword is referring to the parent of whatever, like the thing that contains whatever you're currently in. So with this, we're not referring to assign MF, we're actually referring to the Doggo info object. So this keyword can get kind of complicated, but in its most basic form, that's what it means. And so we're doing, okay, we did that. Now here in assign name, we're passing in either the female array or the male array. And we're saying, okay, the name of the dog is going to be, it's going to look in that array and it's going to get a random value from that array. So we're just saying math.random, and within that array, get a random value. And then attach that value to our HTML. Same thing for age. Now, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? So again, we're getting an age and we're assigning it to our HTML. But what are we doing specifically with this statement right here? Yeah, we're getting an age between 1 and 17 because that's the average. Unfortunately, that's the average lifespan of a dog. They often don't get older than that. Now they might, but I had to pick a cutoff somewhere. So I wish they lived longer, right? I think we all do. But average lifespan, or well, I guess I should say maximum lifespan, is going to be that. Now, the reason we did the +1 at the end here is that because this statement, math.random times 16, could return a number between 0 and 16, potentially. So we add the 1 at the end to make sure that our dog is always going to be at least 1 years old. We don't want a dog that's 0 years old. That would look weird. So we add the 1 at the end to say, all right, give me a number between 0 and 16, and then whatever you get, add 1 to it. So if it comes back 0, it should be a 1-year-old dog. That's why the extra +1 at the end. Because if you remember, and you may not, I don't know, but if you remember your basic order of operations from school, if they ever taught you that, I don't know what they teach kids anymore, honestly. If you remember your order of operations from school, multiplication gets done before addition, right? Multiplication gets done before addition, so this is calculated first, and then it does the plus. PEMDAS. Yeah, I was thinking that was the acronym, but I couldn't remember for sure. PEMDAS. Yep. Multiplication comes before addition. Yeah. All right. Next here, we're declaring what we call the Yates shuffle. Strain says, this is software engineering, no math. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's why I became, like, for real, that's why I started learning how to code and how to use Excel, because I've always sucked at math, like hardcore, sucked at math. And so I started to realize, hey, if I learn a little bit of this stuff, I can make a computer do math for me. Wouldn't that be cool? Little did I know that I would actually have to like do math in the computer. Ugh. No worries, main eng. No, and a lot of this stuff, it's not that you have to figure it out yourself. It's that you just Google it. You say, how do I calculate, a number between what's the best way to calculate a number between 1 and 17, and you'll probably get this. A lot of these are very common sort of I don't want to say memes, but like they're common sort of equations that just get used over and over and over and over and again, and if you just memorize them, then you won't ever have to figure this stuff out. You can just do it. Yeah, I don't think you're weird, Copper Lily. I mean, you work for NASA, so there's no such thing as weird. You get a pass in every single case in my book. Yeah, exactly. No, and really, you should learn how to, as you're learning this stuff, you should start exploring documentation. Use things like the MDN, use things like W3. those common documents that are just right there. You can search for anything that you need. You can search for common methods. You can search for you know just the stuff that you're going to use over and over and over again, so you don't have to figure it out yourself. You can just search for it, memorize it, and then just use it whenever you need it. Yeah. So don't struggle through this stuff. Learn how to read documentation, right? That's what you're going to do on the job anyway. All right, so next up we have this shuffle thing. Now, again, this is not something I figured out myself. Lord, no. This is a basically a way to randomize an array. It's called the Yates shuffle. It's just a thing. It's just an algorithm. It's a thing. And so I literally just copied and pasted it from somewhere. And so we don't have to worry about this too much. I think it could be simplified in the way it's written. So we'll come back to that to make it easier to read. But we don't have to go through exactly what it's doing. Essentially, all it's doing is it's randomizing an array, it's splitting it in half, and it's swapping the two parts. Kind of like shuffling a deck of cards and then you cut that deck of cards. That's essentially what this is doing. Okay? And then we can call on that. We can reference that Yates shuffle to assign our likes and our dislikes. So what this is doing is it's shuffling that array of likes, and then it's grabbing the first two. So after the array is shuffled, we want to grab two random items from that array. So the easiest way to do it is just shuffle the array and grab the first two things in it. However, I'm not a huge fan of what I'm doing here. So we're putting the inner HTML, assigning the likes, and I'm using a template literal to get item 1 and item 2 and put a comma between them. But what's a much easier way I could do that? What's a much easier, rather than doing it manually like this, I want to just do the shuffle, get the first two elements, and format them for insertion into our HTML all at once. What's a way I could do that without doing it manually with template literals? Yeah, a string join, right? So instead, I'm just going to do a join here. Take those two elements and join them together with a comma between them. That's all I'll need to do. So we'll add that on our second pass. So I can get rid of this whole nonsense here. So I'll just comment that out. Nope, I'm inside the template literal. Well, that's all right. I'll come back to it. We'll do the join, and then we can get rid of this and just put likes in there. Same thing for dislikes. Do a join there instead. That's doing the exact same thing. And then fun fact is similar. It's just doing a math.random. It's grabbing the length of the fact list, and it's picking a random value from there. Now, when we do math.random, we multiply it by the length of the list, right? To make sure that we can give equal consideration to anything on the list, right? We can do that. Now, why do we do math.floor? Why do we do math.floor? If I'm looking at an array, I multiply it by the length of that array, and then I do math.floor. Why? There's a reason for the season. Yeah, but why wouldn't I do so? Yeah, that's one of the things it does. It helps us. Math.floor rounds down to the nearest integer, right? So if it's 1.6, it's going to round it down to 1. So yeah, so why wouldn't I do math.ceiling to round up? Why wouldn't I round up? Yeah, 21 says 0 index. Exactly. We want to possibly, and Engineer Moore says we want to possibly be able to return a 0 value. That's right. Yes, because we are looking at an array, and arrays start at 0. Yes. Arrays start at 0. So we don't want to accidentally exclude the first value in our array from consideration, right? We want all the values in the arrays to be considered. And if we did like math.ceiling and round up, then we could potentially end up going outside of our array by 1. We could end up going too high. Exactly. As Strain said, if you do math.ceil, you could also get array length, which would be undefined. Exactly. Yep. Because our length is always going to be one higher than our array indices. Because arrays start at 0, everybody's favorite thing that they always forget multiple times, right? I've forgotten that so many times. And then you screw up your array reference. But we do math.floor because we want to grab a potential value of 0, and we go into our array, and so if this returns 0, it would essentially compute to this dot fact list id 0. That would grab the first value in the array. Okay, and then we assign it to our HTML. Whew. Thank you for the follow, Summit Viper and Cpot and Meadowlark. Thank you all for the follows. So we got through the whole thing. Wow. Now, for this last one, I don't think there's really anything we need to change here. I think it's probably fine, but there's definitely some stuff that I want to immediately tackle. The first thing is all this nonsense in the middle. So all these arrays that are just hanging out in this Doggo info object, I want to get these out of here. I want to put them in their own file so we can actually navigate around here and actually like navigate this code. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file for these. I'm just going to call it data.js. And I'm going to grab this object. Well, I'm going to grab these arrays, all of these, and I'm going to get them out of here. And technically, I don't even think I need these, but we'll just get them out of here anyway. Oh, that's going to make that much better. And I'm going to drop them in a new object. We'll call it, should we call it? This is called Doggo info. We'll call this Doggo data. Create a new object in here and paste those in. And I don't think I need these. And save it. Okay. So all I've done here is just created a new file with a new object in it, and that object is called Doggo data. And then if I play my cards right, I should be able to reference this object and all the arrays within it with no problem in my other file. So now my JavaScript is much smaller and much cleaner and much easier to deal with. It's down to only 100 lines now, which is much more manageable. All right, so let's go back up to the top here. So I'm thinking, first thing I want to do is I want to break this into smaller functions, and I want to think about how I want my page to behave, because I want to get out of this one big fetch that's like powering everything, and I want to break things down a little bit. So I think what I want to do is I want to have a function that's going to like trigger when the page loads. So we can just immediately call this function and just have it fire like on page load, right? So I think we'll call that, we can have, let's see, we'll say, because so let's think about this. What is the thing that needs to happen when the page first loads? So obviously, yeah, the HTML has to render, right? All that, yes. But if we go back to our app, when the page first loads, we have this is all our default stuff here. What's the only thing that really needs to happen? Thank you for the follow, Hop. Magic. But what's the only thing that, all this stuff is static, right? This is all in the HTML. The picture of the corgi, the label, these default characteristics, like none of this is hitting any API. I'll ask it this way. What's the first interaction that the user has when they start manipulating this application? What's the first thing they do? What's the first thing the user is going to do? Yeah, they're going to click on the select box, right? This is the first thing they're going to do. So when the page loads, that's really the only thing that needs to happen, is just populate the select box. We don't need to do all the other stuff right away. We can just have a function that basically says, all right, on page load, populate this box, or do that first anyway. Yeah. So we'll have I'm going to say populate breeds on page load. And we'll have a function called populate breeds. And then what I want to do is essentially do the same thing that we were doing here. Fetch, get the response, set up the all the options in our select box, right? Do all that stuff, but using async await. So let's make an async function. Async function and populate breeds. All right. And then what do I want to put inside of my function to make sure that it handles things gracefully? Think about the trapeze artist. What do we want to put inside of our async function? If we have a trapeze artist doing tricks, we always want to make sure that they have a net, right? So what should I put inside? What should I always put inside of my asynchronous functions? Yeah, we always want to make sure that we're using a try, catch, block. Just like that. So that's why the person that asked earlier, they said, well, is async await and try catch the same thing? And the answer is no, but in generally, you'll always see them used together. So you'll always see them used in conjunction with each other. So my my response from the API is still going to be, I can still call it res. So I'm going to say const res is going to be equal to await fetch. So I'm essentially just moving the fetch inside of my asynchronous function. So fetch, and then we're going to fetch from this URL. And I could probably move this this variable inside of this function as well. I don't think it needs to be global, but we'll double check that in a minute. All right, so we're going to do a fetch against this URL to get the whole list of breeds. And then we're going to take that response and we're going to say const data. So just this, we're doing the exact same thing that we're doing down here. We're just doing it in a more compact and readable way. So data is going to be await, oops, equals await res.json. So we got to parse it into JSON. And then again, we're going to go into that object and we're going to get the message. So we just want the message from that object that comes back. So we can copy this. Breeds object is going to get that message. So this is literally just going to be the name or the names of the dogs, the names of the dog breeds, sorry. And then we don't need to do this next part where we convert it into an array, because most of the things that you can do with an array, you can do with an object, right? Sometimes even better. You can sometimes do more stuff with an object than you can with an array. So I don't think I need to convert this into an array. I think I'm going to leave it as an object. And we talked about before how there's several different ways that you could loop through this information, right? We could do a for loop. We could do a map. And there's really no wrong way to do it. I'm going to say that the thing that comes to my mind is a for each loop. But again, there's multiple ways to do it here. And this may not be the best choice, but we can say what I want to do is I want to loop through that object, looking at each key value, and then for each breed in this list, then I want to assign it to an object in my HTML. So essentially, I think I can do create element, create an object element, and we'll talk through this again after I'm done with it. It's hard for me to do it and explain at the same time, but we'll talk through what this is doing in just a second. And then we can set option.value, and option dot, I think this should be option dot content. Is that, I think it's going to be content. Or no, sorry, it's not that. It's text content. Yeah. So we'll set option dot value, option dot text content, and then um, append child option. So I'll talk about each of these in just a second. So option dot value is going to be equal to the value of the breed. Text content is also going to be equal to that value of the breed. And then append child is just attaching it to our select box. Okay, so that was a lot. So what are we doing here? Well, we're taking that object, and the specific object is what's returned in this data. So it's a big old object, and it's got a big old list of breeds in it, and it's going to have key value pairs. The objects are going to always have key value pairs, and so we're looping through those keys, and we're grabbing the value associated with each of those keys. And for each of those, it's essentially just going to be breed names. We're going to create an element called option, specifically an HTML element called option. And then we're going to set the value and the content to both be the name of that breed. So say corgi, right? So in this case, if we were to go back to our HTML, we would see a whole list of options with a value of, say, corgi, and then the text that's displayed would also be corgi. So value and text we're setting. And then the last thing we need to do is we need to take this option tag, which has that value and that text in it. We need to take that option tag and we need to attach it to our select box. Because if we don't, our code isn't going to know where that tag belongs, and the browser isn't going to know where that tag belongs. We're just going to have generated a random option value that doesn't go anywhere. So you have to remember, when we say things like append child, what we're talking about there is the DOM tree. Everything in the DOM works in a tree. So if you look at your HTML, when we nest tags like this, we're essentially creating a tree. We have parents and we have children. So our select box right here, our select box contains all of these options inside of it. So the select box is the parent of each option tag in the tree. The select box is the parent of the option tag. The option tag is the child of the select box. And so when we say append child, what we're doing is we're saying, okay, attach all of these new options that we've created, attach them to their parent, which is the select box, so that they appear inside of the select box when the user clicks on the dropdown. All right? So we're looping, we're grabbing the breed text, we're wrapping it in option tags, and we are attaching each of those option tags to the select box. Hope that makes sense. I know it's a little confusing. DOM manipulation is sometimes kind of confusing. So feel free to ask questions if you're like, what? Or if you need me to go through it again, I'm happy to. So the last thing we want to do is we want to catch any errors. And we'll just console log those, console error. And we'll just say fetch problem and just list out the error. So if there is a problem, we should see that immediately in the console. All right, so there's our first function. And then the next thing that we want to do is, so populate the breeds first. Cool. And then the next thing that's going to happen, sort of in the order of operations of how the user is interacting with our little application here, is we need to fetch all of the, like, let's say they've chosen the word corgi from the list of breeds, right? What's the next thing that happens? What's the next thing that probably should happen? They've clicked on the breeds drop down. We've populated it right here. what's the next thing that should happen? Or what is the user going to expect to see once they click on, like, let's say corgi in the list of breeds? So they've gone here, they've clicked on, say, corgi. What's the next thing that happens? Yeah, exactly. It should update the content, the picture, and the text. Yeah. So, oh, no worries, Mattel. It's good to see you. Thanks for popping in. So, if we're updating the content, the picture, and the text, of those, let's just narrow it down to picture and text. That's essentially what it's going to be. Picture and text. Of those two, which is going to be the most difficult to update? Or which is going to be the most complicated to update? The picture or the text? Let's think about where each of those things is coming from. Okay, picture will be more difficult. Why? Why will it be harder to update the picture? Exactly. Yeah. For the picture specifically, we're hitting an external resource, right? The text is all stored right here in my code base. All this stuff is all stored directly in my code base, but the picture I have to hit an external API. So, like we talked about before, if I'm going to be hitting an external API, what type of function do I want to write? If I'm hitting an external resource of any kind, what type of function do I want to write? Yeah, if I'm hitting an external resource, I want to make that function asynchronous, right? Async await. So again, we're going to write another asynchronous function. Um, Essentially, I'm going to be doing what this function right here is doing. So this get doggo image function, except I'm going to make it a little bit more readable. So I'm going to kind of copy it up here just so we can see it. And I'm going to use the new sort of, or the more modern async syntax. Oops. Grab this. Actually, I'm just going to copy this whole thing like that. And we'll get rid of the content here. I'll leave that. And we're going to call this function, we'll call it get doggo image to match the other one, the old one. Do that. Get doggo image. And for this, it's going to take in the URL. Let's see, did I define URL yet? Control C, Control V, the very basic of programming. Yep, exactly. Control C, Control V is your best friend, right? Yeah. I think I need to define that URL, but URL there. We're going to pass in a URL. Actually, no, I think I can define that later. So at the very least, we know we're going to need to pass in a URL. And then what we're going to do is we are going to essentially attach it to our image tag. So fetch image and attach it to image tag. Now, what else did we say we wanted to do, right? We want to extract the message from the JSON and attach it to the image tag, but we also want to add alt text. We also want to add alt text. So first we'll do the fetch, and then we'll think about how can we add alt text that's specific to what the user selected. It's going to need to, I want it to be specific. I want it to be descriptive. So first thing I'm going to do is we're going to fetch Vim. Fetch doggo. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to say res await fetch whatever URL we're passing in. And Then we can say const data. So I can actually copy more of this. Oops. Const data, parse the JSON, and then really we can just set the tag. So we can just say image source is data.message. Now, if I want to set the alt text, I want to say image.alts, and I want to say essentially image of a, and then I want to get like the breed value. So but how can I get, what's a potential way that I could get the name of the breed that the user clicked on? So if I want to know, the user scrolled through this box and then they chose this one right here and they clicked on it. How can I possibly obtain that value? How could I possibly do that? How would I know what they interacted with? Maybe that's a clue. Ah, yeah, we do. We are capturing that data, right? We're capturing it in the event. Whenever a user interacts with a piece of your application, you can capture that data, right, by listening for that specific event. And so it's going to capture all sorts of things about that interaction, whether it's a hover or a zoom or a click or a scroll. It's going to capture that in a literal object. And this is just something that happens. This is not something you need to do other than adding the event listener. But an event is just like a pre-built thing that gets captured by your event listener. It's a big old object with a lot of stuff in it. But one of the things that's in an event by default is the thing that they interacted with, or the value of the thing that they interacted with. So we could just say e.target.value and make sure that we're passing in e into our function, where e just means event. We could spell out event. We could say event, event like that. But generally, you'll see it abbreviated as E. And so I'm using an E here because I want you to be fully aware of what that stands for. If you see the letter E being passed into a function, say, or being utilized, it's generally always going to stand for event, which is that very specific object that captures all the information about the user's interaction at that point in time. So the thing they clicked on, I don't know, where their cursor was, all that sort of thing, what type of interaction it was, it's all going to be stored in this object. So we can go in there and we can say, all right, image of a corgi breed of dog, right? Image of a corgi breed of dog as the alt text. And it looks like I have an extra parenthesis there. Boop. Get rid of that. I have an extra parenthesis somewhere else. Somewhere. Oh, you gotta love it. All right, where's my extra parenthesis? Open, close. Oh, here. Whoops. There. Okay, fixed. Okay, so I think that should be good to go. That should get our image. Dr. Moda says, what about for error, like in the catch block? Is error a magic word? Yes. So essentially, again, you can think of it like a trapeze artist. Like they're swinging on the trapeze, and then, maybe they have their cell phone in their pocket. And so when they fall off the trapeze, the net that's down below them is going to catch everything. It's going to catch their cell phone and it's going to catch them. So the error here is really just like it's just catching whatever message comes back. It doesn't really care what it is. It's just passing that in as a parameter named error, and then it's going to display that. Yeah, console error is a magic word. Yep. This console.error is a magic word, but this value here specifically is just whatever falls in there, whatever gets caught. Yeah. This could be console log too. You see it both ways, but yeah. Okay, so we're fetching our breed list, and then we're also fetching our image. And now we need to set up this console error. Yes, console error makes it nice and red. Yeah. So if you're specifically trying to console log an error, using console error is better because it turns it into an explicit error in your console. So it'll be highlighted in red. It'll have the little X thing next to it. All that stuff. So sometimes that's better than a console log, because it'll treat it like an error. That's awesome, Dr. Moto. Cool package called Chalk that can color your console messages. Yeah, I do a lot of console logs too. When I started building apps in Visual Studio, like desktop applications, I had to like relearn how to like do logging and stuff like that because you don't have the browser. Because if you're not building a browser application, you don't have the nice console in your browser to look at. So I had to relearn that. It made me realize how much I rely on console logs. Anyway, so we've got the image. And then now what we actually need to do is set up the trigger that triggers all this stuff to happen, right? So we've got the populate, and then we're getting the image, but right now we don't have anything that captures this actual event. So the thing that captures them when they select something in the box. So we need to set up the trigger that captures this event and sends it into our Doggo image function. Okay? So let's set up our event listener next. Now let me see if I still have that select. Did I get rid of that? No, I didn't. Okay. So we can do a select, can leave that as it is. We're going to look for our selection box with the class of breeds. And then we can say select dot add event listener, and same thing on change. Same thing we did before. So when they choose a different option in the select box, so when it goes from the default to anything else, then capture that event, pass that in. And I want to make sure I get my parentheses right. Do that. And when it does that, we want to set up our URL that we're going to pass in to this function here. So set up our URL, and we're also going to pass in this event. And so my URL is going to be, I'm just going to copy this from the old one right here. Copy this. Oops. Oh, and say e.targetValue, get a random image, and then I can immediately turn around and call our new function, pass in the URL and the event. Get rid of that. Dr. Moto says, don't you have the APIs, a global var already? Why won't that work? Why can't I just use this breeds underscore URL again? Yeah, this is a different URL. This one gets the list of all the breeds to put in our select box. So it's hitting the same API, but when we want a specific dog, well, I guess it's not even hitting the same API. No, it's not. It's hitting a different one. Wait, no, it is. No, dog CEO. Okay, never mind. It's hitting the same API, but it's using a different URL. And so you'll find that as you work more with APIs, what you'll find is that APIs often have different entry points. They often have different entry points. So they have different ways or different URLs that you can send them to get different types of information back. So that first URL that we send them essentially just says, hey, give me a list of all the breeds and nothing else. Just give me a list of all the breeds, nothing else. We don't want images. We don't want any of that crap. Just give me a list of all the breeds and nothing else. And then when we structure our URL differently, like this, we can specifically request a random image of a very specific breed. So this lets us drill down by saying API/breed and the name of the breed. We can drill down and get an image that's random. So if you're exploring an API and you want to use it in your application, oftentimes they'll have like a little wiki or like a website where it'll teach you how to build your URLs to hit that API depending on what information you want. So depending on what information you want and when, you should always configure your URL to only retrieve that information so you don't get anything extra, right? You don't want to, like, imagine if I was hitting this in such a way that I not only got the list of the breeds, but I got all the images for all those breeds. Like, that would be terrible, right? That would be way too much information, and I would end up discarding most of it. And so instead, I use this specific URL to just get the breeds in a list. Whereas down here, I want one specific breed and a random image of it. And I knew how to do this based on the documentation for the URL. Yes, and dog.ceo is a top-notch URL. I love it. It's great. Dr. Moto says, I was just thinking when I use Axios, though, I set up an instance that remembers the base URL of the API. Yes. And in newer apps, I've done a lot more of that, is you set up a variable that just holds the base URL, and then you add stuff or remove stuff from the end of that based on what you're trying to get. So yeah, that's valid. Definitely. So we get our image for one, good start, but we also need to get the characteristics. So we need to get the, all the facts, right? So we get our image, and then we also need to get the name, we need to get the age, likes, dislikes, blah, 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 right? So we need to essentially, the second thing we need to do is we need to fetch the stuff from our giant text file here. We need to go in here and we need to call all that, get a random name, get the sex, get the age, get the facts from our secondary file. All right, now my windows have kind of got themselves out of jank. Hang on. Okay, there we go. All right. So add So I'm going to comment this out for now because we got to build this. We got to build this function first. So let's do that next. And then I'll reference it here. Okay, so I think now there's several different ways to do this. But in thinking about how this works currently, I think we can keep some of the same structure. So just as a refresher, originally this was a big old fetch, and we've already taken care of that, right? We've done all of our fetches, so we don't need this stuff anymore. We've done our event listener, so we don't need that anymore. But we still need to do this stuff. We still need to do all these methods. And we've gotten our image. And I think we can retain the structure of this Doggo info object, but really only have it have these methods. We took all the data out, and we can still have this object contain all these methods with no problem. So I think that'll be fine. Casual Mr. Q, thank you so much for the follow. So I think, again, I'm going to have an object. I'm still going to keep this object called Doggo info. And inside that object, I'm still going to have all my methods. So I'm going to have assign male, female. I'm going to have assign age. I'm going to have assign likes, dislikes, and fun fact. But to make it simpler to put inside of my event listener, I can contain those in another method. So I'm going to say assign characteristics and have that contain all of my methods. So I can have it, I'm going to have it contain assign MF, assign age, assign likes, assign dislikes, and assign fun fact. Now that makes it a lot easier for me to just call doggo info dot assign characteristics. And so that makes my event listener a lot smaller and more self-contained and easier to read. So it's a little bit more, it's a few more layers when you're initially building the functions, but it's going to make it a lot easier to read for somebody else coming in to look at your code. Now, but since I'm working inside of an object here, I also need to make sure I'm using the this keyword. So when I'm calling a method inside of an object, I always need to make sure I use the this keyword. Yeah, we're doing a little abstraction. Exactly. We're abstracting this stuff outside of the place where it's actually taking place, and we're defining it elsewhere. Yep. That's good use of the vocab word there. So now let's look at each of these methods and make sure they're as clean as they can be. So I'm going to get rid of some of this old code that we've kind of already done. So we've already taken care of this stuff. We've already taken care of the event listener, taken care of invoking all of these methods. We've gotten the image. And now we're working on the doggo info object itself. Okay. So assign MF. So first off, what I'm doing here is I'm getting a random number between zero. Well, I'm getting a random number. It either evaluates to 0 or 1. And then I'm doing an if check to say, hey, if it's female, or sorry, if the value is essentially truthy, then female, assign a female name. And, I have a console log here too, which isn't necessarily needed, but, and then else, male, assign male name. What I can do instead is I think put this in a ternary. A ternary is like a single line true false statement. And because I don't need this big if else structure, right? What I can do is I can get the random number and then immediately assign female or male. So why don't we do this? I can say assign MF is our function, is our method, sorry. Assign MF. And for that, we're just going to say const is female. And okay, a little pop quiz here. I'll admit I had to look this up. What's a very simple way for me to do essentially a coin flip? Essentially, because it doesn't really matter. The value doesn't have to be 0 or 1, right? Instead, I just want to do a check to say, essentially have an equal probability of getting one value or the other. So what's a quicker way that I can essentially do a coin flip using math.random? You didn't know I was going to ask math questions. I just had like 5 people leave because they're like, heck no, I'm not doing math. Which, fair. I totally understand. What's a quick way to do a coin flip and have an equal chance of one or the other with math.random? Anybody know? Yeah, exactly. Check for less than 0.5. Not good job, guys. Yeah. Y'all are quick on the draw there. Y'all just knew that. I had to look it up. So yeah, so we can just say math.random less than 0.5. And that's going to either evaluate to true or false, and it's going to have an equal probability of both. Yeah. So we can say, all right, is female is just equal chance, true, false. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 0.5, not 0.5. Sorry. Yes. Typo. My bad. And then we can say const sex if is female is true, then our string is going to be female. else male. Yeah, otherwise you're going to have 95% male. Exactly. You probably would have noticed that pretty quick. But good catch. Yes. And then we can just say, all right, pick which name list we're going to look at. If is female is true, then get our list of female names. Else, get our list of male names. So essentially what we're doing here is first we're saying, all right, this is either going to be true or false. Math.random is the value less than 0.5, true or false. All right. If is female is true, then our ternary evaluates to female, else evaluates to male, and then we put that in our variable called sex. And then our name list is going to say, all right, if is female is true, then return our list of female names, else male names. So essentially we've got two different variables here. This is going to list the just on the page, you can say male, female. And then this is going to allow us to pick from our array of female names or male names. Okay. And then finally, we want to pick a name. So we can say const name, grab our name list, and essentially just get a random value from it. I think I can probably copy that from assign name. I think, let's say I can just be like math.floor. Yeah, I think that's valid. Yeah, so grab a random value from that. Except I need to convert this. Grab a random value from our name list. Oh, thank you for the follow, Iso Mario. Thank you. That's a fun name. I like that. And then finally, we want to assign the value. Get element ID MF, and we're going to set the text content, not the inner HTML, text content to S, and we're going to set that to our variable here. Now, why did I change that from inner HTML to text content? I've done that a couple times now. Does anybody know why? And I'm going to do it for the dog name as well. Why would I do text content instead of inner HTML? Or why would we want to use text content instead of inner HTML? Ah, yeah. Predator says XSS. Does anybody know what does XSS mean? You can Google it. I won't know. If you Google it, I'll just be impressed that you just knew that by heart. What is XSS? Yeah, it's cross-site scripting, or X is in cross-site scripting. So what inner HTML does is it essentially allows you to insert an HTML tag into another HTML tag. So previously we said inner like get element by ID MF inner HTML. So I could have passed in a full HTML tag with other stuff inside of it if I left that as inner HTML. And what that allows you to potentially do, or allows somebody to do, is what's called cross-site scripting, where you can inject malicious or harmful HTML or content into your site, essentially. So we've changed that to text content to specify that anything we're passing into this tag should just be read as a string. Don't read it as HTML. Don't read it as anything that's going to be displayed or acted upon. Use text content to say, hey, put something in this tag, but no matter what it is, treat it like a string. It's just plain text. Don't worry about it. Don't try to act on it. Don't display it. Don't do anything other than show it as a string. And so that's why I changed this to text content, because it's safer. Yeah, auth flows are telling people to set cookies with a random string and make sure it comes back to the same to prevent cross-site scripting. Yep, that's a real deal, definitely. So that's why we changed it to text content. So what we've also done here by refactoring this assign MF method is we essentially got rid of this assign name method as well. We don't, because previously in the old version, we were setting the female or male, and then we had to call assign name twice. Whereas with our refactor, we just say, all right, which array are we hitting? Immediately set the name based on that array, and then set both elements at once. So we got rid of this method entirely, got rid of the redundancy of calling it twice. And so that was I think that's a good idea there. If we can, anytime you can, don't repeat yourself, right? Keep your code dry, don't repeat yourself, then I think we'll be better off. All right, so we're assigning male, female. I think what we'll do next is we can assign age. Assign age. And the reason this stuff all, has the red squigglies underneath is just because we've got it declared twice. VS Code isn't happy about that. But we'll get rid of the old ones as soon as we're done refactoring these. So assign age, I think this one was fine. I don't think there's anything that we need to change here. So I'm just going to grab this. That works as intended, I would say. I think the only thing we don't need to do here is just say age. We can just say const age and keep that as a regular variable. Const age, set that, and that's done. No change. You don't need to change everything, right? If you're refactoring, some things are just fine the way they are. You don't have to change things just for the sake of changing them if they work fine and they're readable and usable. So assign age is fine. And then we have assign likes, disliked, and fun fact. So let's do fun fact first. This one might be fine, I think. Yeah, I think this one's also going to be fine. No changes. Other than just saying const fact, and I need to make sure I'm referencing this correctly. So we need to reference the fact list from our other file. So that was called what? Doggo data. So I want to go into the Doggo data object and I want to reference the fact list. Oops. Like that. And that. Okay. Fact list. And then drop the fact directly into our HTML. And we're going to change that to text content as well. Missed that on the first one too. Yeah, got to be safe, right? Text content, text content. Okay, that should work. And then next we have our assign likes and dislikes. So as a quick reminder, both assign likes and dislikes are based on our Yates shuffle. So what the Yates shuffle does is it takes an array and it shuffles it like a deck of cards. So you can think of an array as a deck of cards, and each of the elements in the array is a card. So when somebody shuffles a deck of cards, they not only, if you're watching someone in Vegas shuffling cards, generally what they're going to do is they're going to shuffle it. And then the last thing they do is they cut the deck, right? They take it and they cut and they swap. So they break the deck in half and then they swap cards front to back. And so surprisingly, they do that for a reason. I didn't know this, but they do that for a reason because it's the best way to truly randomize the deck. So first you shuffle, put the cards, mix the cards around, and then the last thing you do is a cut where you break it in half and you reverse those halves. Apparently that's the best random way to shuffle a deck of cards and to shuffle an array, which that's why this, this shuffle has a specific name. So to truly randomize an array, apparently that's what you're supposed to do. And so our assigned likes and dislikes both reference this shuffle. They shuffle the array, and then they take the first two elements from that shuffled array. So not that it's crucial that our arrays are perfectly shuffled, but if you want a nice randomly generated dog, I figure it's best to shuffle the array properly and then take the first two elements. Now, why does this slice say 0, 2? Because let's say our array starts at 0, right? Index 0. I only want two elements. So why does our slice say 0, 2? Because wouldn't that be 0, 1, 2? What's happening there? Why does that say 0, 2? I'm going to hydrate. Why does slice say 0, 2? B Club says from the starting index, remove X amount. That's a good guess. But slice is weird, which is why I wanted to call this out specifically, because I know I've made this mistake before. Slice is a weird array method, just the way it's kind of not intuitive. So the first value here is where you start in the array. So in our case, it's item 0, the first item. Give me the first item. Start there. However, the second value in slice is, like Strain said, it's non-inclusive. So it doesn't count that one. That you're telling it where to stop. You're telling it what item to stop on, but it stops just before that one. So, for example, if you went into slice and you said, give me 1 through, if you put slice 1, 7, that would give you items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It would stop before it gets to item 7. Yeah. So slice is funky that way, and I think it's a mistake that literally everyone has made at some point. But with slice, you say, all right, this is where I want to start, and this is the item after the one I want to end on. Yeah. So for this Yates shuffle specifically, I think I want to simplify this a little bit. And I'll admit for this one, I looked it up. I looked up a way to write this more simply. So I'm just going to paste it in, and then we'll talk about it. No worries, Marty. Glad you got your connection back. Because I can't do math very well. I Googled this bad boy. How can I write this in a way that looks better than the old one? So essentially what we're doing here is we are taking in an array, and then we are looping through it. And for each I value, so for each item in the array, essentially for this one, actually, we're looping backwards through the array. So one thing important to notice here is that this I minus minus, we're looping backwards through the array. Thank you for the follow, Madeline. Oh my goodness, what do we got going on here? We got a raid. Madeline, thank you. Good to see you. Hi, Dan. Hey, Faffin. All right. Hi, folks. Today we are refactoring some old code and making it look better. Hey, Madeline. So essentially what we're doing in this shuffle is we are looping backwards through the array, and then we're grabbing a random element that's in the remaining part of the array that we haven't looped through yet, and we're swapping those two elements. So it's essentially like shuffling a deck of cards. You take individual cards and you're swapping them next to each other. So we're taking some cards, we're going to swap them next to each other, and then in the end, we cut the deck. That's essentially what's happening. Again, I'm not a math person, so. Mattel says because slice considers the array with, are you talking about this down here? 100 devs for life. Yeah, good to see you, Madeline. Yeah, so splice and slice are two different things. It's important to keep those separate. So slice and splice are two different things. Slice is taken a slice of that particular array. So in this case, we're saying, all right, take the first element and then grab more of the array and then stop before the item at index 2. So grab items 0 and 1 from that array. Okay? So first we do our shuffle. First we do our shuffle. I need to make sure I'm in the right spot of my code here. Age, shuffle. And then when we're assigning our likes and dislikes, we're just taking our shuffled array. Thank you for the follow, folks. What were you guys working on today? We're taking our shuffle. We're shuffling our likes list from dog data. We're getting the first two elements, and then in the end, all we need to do is join it back together with a comma. And then we're taking that info, which is two strings that are joined together with a comma, and then we're putting it in our likes. And instead of all this manual stuff we were doing before, we can just say likes. Like so. That should work just fine. So we're setting our shuffled array, getting the first two values, joining them back together with a comma, and setting that in our likes variable. And then we assign it to our HTML as, I need to change that to text content. Text content, assigning it as likes. Madeline says, we were finishing a keyboard build, but I'm not sure I like the caps. They're clear, so it's hard to see the keys. Oh yeah, that would be difficult, wouldn't it? Not sure my key memory is good enough for this, but it looks cool. Yeah, how good are you at touch typing? I'm not super. I've never been a great typist. I'm sure, as many of my regular viewers can tell, I've never been a great touch typist. I was that kid that I just was never really fast on the keyboard. Not that you have to be. I mean, I'm good enough, but I was never super fast. So yeah, I'm not a great touch typist either. I got to look down sometimes. Totally agree. All right, so I think what we can do here now is copy this. We've already did the assign fun fact. Get rid of that. And then we'll just say assign dislikes, like that. Change these values. What did I call this? Dislikes list. That makes sense. Dislikes list, slice and join, put it in dislikes, dislikes, and dislikes. Okay. Theoretically, that's all of our methods. We're doing our shuffle, we're assigning likes and dislikes, we're assigning age, we're assigning names. Oh, what did I do with the fun facts? Oh no, I deleted it. That's all right. I'll put it back. Why did I do that? Okay. Da-da. Comma. There we go. All right. Oh, I put it in the wrong place. Okay. That's all right. I'll just fix this real quick. That's the peril of keeping old code while you're working with new code with the same name. All right, let's double check. So Doggo info, characteristics, assign MF, assign age, assign fun fact, do the shuffle, assign likes, assign dislikes. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of the old stuff before it confuses me again. There we go. Now all the red squigglies are gone. Dr. Moto says, I bet typing of the Dead would be good for that too. Yeah, Typing of the Dead is a game that you can play to improve your ability, your typing speed and ability, which is pretty fun. I don't know if did anybody ever do those. Okay, was this just me or was this my school or did anybody else do this? Did y'all do Mavis Beacon? Do y'all remember Mavis Beacon? She's like Betty Crocker, like a fake lady, but it was like a typing program. Did anybody do that in like junior high or elementary school? Did a bunch of Mavis Beacon. That was such like a universal cultural experience of learning to type. Well, we did that. So Madeline says we did all the right type. And we had these wood things to put over our hands, so we couldn't see the keys. Yeah, we did, well, we did the thing too. They had pieces of fabric they would put on top of our hands, and I hated it. You had Type to Learn. You've heard of Mavis Beacon? Had the CD. Yeah, we had the fabric. We had fabric pieces. You put it. Yeah, and Mavis Beacon. We also had like a race car game. Um, we had like a race car game where the faster you type, the faster the car went, and like you had to win. I never won the race. I was never any good at it. And Madeline says, I've heard Gen Alpha is struggling to use computers because they're all using phones or apps. Yeah, a lot of kids, a lot of younger kids don't learn how to type properly on a keyboard. They also don't learn how to navigate properly on a computer using files, folders, that kind of thing, opening documents, because they've all just been using apps on tablets and mobile devices. So it's a real problem. Yeah. Oh, you did Mario Teaches Typing? That would have been so much more fun than Mavis Beacon. I'm jealous. You have the Nintendo licensed property. Flying Asteroids? Yeah. We just had the boring race car one in Mavis Beacon. I want Mario. Jeez, I'm jealous. Okay, I think we've got everything we need here. No red squigglies. But there is one thing we're missing. So I'll give you a hint. I'm pulling in this data. So I'm pulling in all this array data and these objects and things from this separate file called data.js. And then I want to reference it in my main.js. Now, if I was using Node or something like that, or like a compiler or whatever, I could do like an import. Um, I could do, use the syntax we're kind of familiar with if we're working with, if we're working with a what's the word? If we're working with like a server or an API or whatever, importing modules and things like that. If I was doing that, then I could use those keywords, but I can't because this app is so simple, it doesn't have any of those things. So, what's a way that I can make sure that this Doggo data object is available for me to reference inside of my main.js? How can I do that? What's a simple way that I can make sure that Doggo data is available to reference inside of main.js? Madeline's looking up Mario Teaches Typing. Yeah, Mavis Beacon is entirely. That's why I mentioned Mavis Beacon like Betty Crocker. Like it's not a real person. Betty Crocker. To blow your mind, Betty Crocker wasn't real either. Mattel says we could do a reference header potentially. Yeah. Let's think about this way. How do I make sure that my page can read any JavaScript, or that my site, but that my website can read any JavaScript at all? What do I have to do? Sorry, Michael, didn't mean to break your heart. Just in general, forget about the specific file that I'm working with here. How do I make sure that my application, my page, how do I make sure that my HTML file, let's say, how do I make sure that my web page, even if it's a static web page, how do I make sure that if I have any kind of JavaScript interacting with it at all, how do I make sure that it's usable by my page? Yeah, I need a script tag, right? I need a script tag. So if I look in my index.html here, I've got my main.js in a script tag. Well, how's about I just do this? We'll just do that. So when the page loads, it's going to read data.js first. It's in the same directory, so it can. It's going to read data.js first. So it has that, it now knows what that object is, where we're storing all of our arrays, this thing here. It knows what this is. It knows what's in it. And then it's going to read main.js second. And so when we start trying to reference Doggo data, wherever that is, yeah, so if once we start trying to reference this, so I need to rename that Doggo data, then it's going to know what that object is. It's going to be able to read it. So we don't need to do anything fancy. We just need to read this file first. And I need to fix these names because I did it wrong. 1 second. It's Doggo, not dog. Because we like to be fancy around here and use only internet sanctioned names for our creatures. Doggo, not dog. All right, I think I got them all. Double check. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, we'll save that. Save our index.html. Okay. And then I think I need to do one more thing that I forgot. I just forgot a definition up here. I need to define my image element. Okay. That assign MF name cracks me up. Yeah. It reminds me of a Samuel L. Jackson speech. Assign MF, do you speak it? Yep. Yeah, it's like Samuel L. Jackson's naming my methods. Exactly. All right. So, I think we got rid of at least 10 lines of code, and we made things a lot easier to read. So if you were to just pop into this right now and you were to scan down and try to see what it's doing, I think you'd be able to figure it out without too much trouble at all. Now, a lot of this stuff is subjective, right? But the main thing that we did here is we simplified the existing methods. We encapsulated a lot of functions. We abstracted some of these functions. We cut them into smaller bits and made them their own thing. We made sure that our fetches to external resources are asynchronous rather than just hoping that they work. And we added try catch blocks again to make sure that we're taking care of if things don't work. We added some safety by replacing inner HTML with text content. And we took our big long arrays out of the main JavaScript file and moved them into their own file so we can just reference them in our main JavaScript file. So with all that in mind, let's see if it worked. All right. So I saved it. Move this over. Well, we know that our mobile sizing works. All right, so the home page looks like it's loaded. Good. So first off, I don't see any errors. So no errors on load. That's a good start. And check it out. So our first fetch to the API is successful. So clearly it was able to go out to the API. It was able to grab the list of breeds, and it was able to put them into our select box so that we have them to choose from. So let's choose what, okay, give me a breed. Somebody give me a breed. Dog breed. Any one of them. Cattle dog. Okay, let's see if we've got that. Yeah, they do. All right. Cattle dog. Okay, so our characteristics updated. My sweet dingoes. Oh, there we go. It took a minute. Did you see? It took a hot minute, but it worked. Our characteristics updated immediately, but the API took a minute to respond, which again is why that we can't always depend on external resources to be immediate, right? put a spinner on it. Yeah, I don't think that'll be entirely necessary, but this is a good demonstration of how resources might not respond immediately. Sometimes you might have to wait, and you want to make sure that your page, if we hadn't made that function asynchronous, the page would have just loaded, finished loading, and you would have had your little broken image link there, right? It wouldn't have even tried. But in this case, it waited for the image to come in, and then as soon as the image appeared, then it put it into the user interface. Okay, we got Greyhound. All right. That's an Italian Greyhound, if I'm not mistaken. That's not a full-grown Greyhound. Mexican hairless. All right. Oh yeah, those are weird-looking dogs. So this one is 12 years old, likes stealing blankets off the bed and wrestling with friends, dislikes people and bathing. Additional info is can howl on pitch. Great Dane. Okay. My mom had a Great Dane when I was little, and there's a picture of me somewhere sitting on the dog's back. Like this dog was so big that me as a toddler, I was able to just ride the dog like a horse, and I'm wearing little red cowboy boots and a little red cowboy hat, like sitting on the back of this dog. Do they not have it? It's not on the list. What gives? That's lame. Dr. Moto says, are the pictures always the same or are they randomized too? The URL we're using specifically randomizes the pictures. So they are going to be randomized. All right. You want to see a Dole? Yeah, so it's like a fox-like dog. It's a wild dog. It's not a domestic dog. It's a fox-like creature. Is the aspect ratio scaling to the width of a div? Our CSS on here is pretty minimal. There's a maximum width for the images, so we're setting the images to a maximum width of whatever, but that's the only sizing control we're really using here. Yes, likes farting. Terrified of the kitten. I want to see what is a clumber. Oh my goodness, that's an adorable dog. I don't know what it is, but it's cute. Also likes farting. Good to know. Dislikes being bored in vegetables. Once gave a grasshopper a ride on their nose. That'd be so cute. Okay, what else? What about a puggle? Oh, that's cute. Likes peanut butter and annoying the cat. Dislikes helicopters and burrs, and will only sleep with 2 blankets. Doberman. Okay. Likes your dirtiest, stinkiest, sweatiest clothes and papaya. Dislikes bathing and their own shadow. Additional info, doesn't understand the stock market. I don't either. Is he from Philadelphia? Yorkie, please? Okay. Jan Solo says Tinder for dog play dates incoming. Yeah, that would be I did so Yana, if you are new to the stream, a few months ago I made Facebook for cats. So I literally made social media Facebook specifically for cats. Feel free to look at that video on my YouTube if you want. But yeah, so I've done it. I'm not new to marketing to domestic animals, marketing social media apps to domestic animals. Yeah, look, yeah, it was. Oh, and also to Kevin Vandy and Pale Oracle. Thank you for the follows. I'm sorry I missed that before. Yorkie, I think, was the next one. Why is there no Yorkie? Dude, killing me. Maybe there's I don't know. Is there a maximum number of items that you can is there a maximum number of items that you can put in a select box? Is that a thing? I'm just wondering why it doesn't look like anything past W is showing up. Yeah, that's odd. Okay, let's do this. Let's look. I'm curious now. I'm going to hit that URL. So if you're ever troubleshooting the API and you're wondering if it's working, You can just always hit the URL like this. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so Wolfhound is the last. Oh, okay, I know why. So this object is, so can you tell why? Why think about what's the full name of a Yorkie, right? It's a what? Yorkie is an abbreviation, like a Scotty is. But what is it? Yeah, it's a Yorkshire Terrier. So the way this data works is it's actually nested. So we can see for Wolfhound, the it has an array associated with it just for Irish. But for Terrier, we've got multiple varieties. Yeah. One of which is Yorkshire. So it's treating it as a sub variety of Terrier. Yeah. That's why it didn't show up. So once again, if you're ever having an issue with an API, just look at the raw data and see what it's actually telling you. Yeah. And catalog is subset. Yep. So there's several of these that have a key value of the main name, the breed name that we're actually having people select from, but then they have these sub varieties of the breed as well, which makes sense. I'm wondering if we look at K, it's what's interesting is I would think that like retriever, like we're talking like golden retriever, Labrador retriever, I would think that that would be its own thing with an array underneath it. But for example, Labrador is its own item, which is interesting. I don't know if that's, you know, speciologically correct. Well, I'll do a quick control F. Not Dame, Dane. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Uh Great Dane, even though it's a breed into itself, is listed as Dane. Great. So that implies that there's a not Great Dane or a just okay Dane, which is interesting. The lesser Dane, I like that. Diminished Dane. So if we look at Dane, there we go. That's what I was expecting. Sitting with or on people, ice and likes ice water from McDonald's and sitting on people. A to B and got stung and then did it again the next day. But hey, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth or a gift dog in the mouth and complain. I think this is overall this is a really great API. It was a lot of fun to play with. So thank you to the creators of the dog.ceo API for building it. Even if there are some idiosyncrasies, it's still a great project, and I appreciate the folks that made it. Check it out if you get the chance. Um, check out their API. It's the internet's biggest collection of open source dog pictures, and I think that, deserves some kudos. And check out their documentation if you want to make use of this API. Once again, like I mentioned, it gives you different ways that you can interact with it. Yeah, it's a great logo. I love it. And look at the logo too. It's even better than that. So it's a dog wearing a tie, but then its legs form the letters API. Isn't that great? I love it. It's so creative. API. 42, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for being here. But yeah, check out their documentation if you want to use it yourself. I'll put it in chat. They deserve a shout out. Great product. Um, Strain says, I think it makes it easier to make like a dual drop down so you could choose retriever and then have a second drop down populate with different types. Yeah. So if you wanted to maybe improve this a little bit, you could have a first drop down and then, just select the general breed category and then a second drop down where you select the specific, like, so Terrier and then Yorkshire if you wanted. Tara Thierry, thank you so much for subbing. You're very cool. Thank you so much for the sub. I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for coming to the stream today. Very cool. I'm glad you enjoyed it enough to sub. Thank you. All right, I'll get away from this eye burning light mode website here. But yeah, I think our code is fully refactored. I think we're cooking with doggos now. And the most important thing that I mentioned was that the user experience of the site or of the application should not functionally change. So could we make this look beautiful with Tailwind and all sorts of, like could we turn it into React and have it all be cards and beautiful animations and stuff like that? Yes. But generally, especially if you're working in a corporate environment, you don't want the user experience to change. The user experience needs to stay the same so you don't have to train anybody on anything new. But the point is that you modify, even if you heavily modify the code under the hood, you can make it perform better while not making the user notice anything different. So you don't have to do any retraining. You don't have to, you won't accidentally mess up anybody's automated process that's, pulling stuff from your application. Um, and yet you're still accomplishing your goal of increasing the readability of the code, improving the accessibility of the code. Remember, we changed out some tags, we got rid of some extra tags, we added some ARIA labels to make things readable for screen readers. And so all of that, excuse me, all of us doing all of that without changing the functional user experience, I think is a pretty cool accomplishment. Yeah. Retrieved a cat photo with additional info. Truly believes they are a cat. Wouldn't you know it? Oh, I want to look at what's a coton coton de Tulier. Oh, that's so cute. Like squeaky toys and causing diversions. Dislikes thunder, landscapers, and lawnmowers. Um, an additional info knows exactly how the universe will end, but does not care. So fully understands entropy and is not going to tell you a thing about it. I think that's an appropriate attitude for a dog. They live in the moment, right? Yeah. Strain says, I think it can be difficult to share code sometimes, especially when we know we've built something that's not very good. Thank you for opening yourself up in that way, and modeling our code can always be better. Yeah, I think that's the point here is that, you know, the I love this app. Like the way this app looks and works and it generates dogs with fun facts. I think it's so cool. But I always knew that the code was kind of held together with, shoelaces and spit. It and I think the important message here is also you shouldn't let bad code hold you back from building something cool. If you have a cool idea, then just slam it out. Get it down on paper, so to speak. Get it working and have fun with it. And then later, once you understand things a little better, then come back and refactor it, just like we did today. So another takeaway here that's really important is that you're never going to be perfect at this. Nobody is. There's no such thing as perfect. There's only better than you were before. And so you shouldn't let, oh, I don't know, the perfect way to build this thing. You shouldn't let that stop you from building a really fun little app or a fun idea or something that just sounds neat. Just go ahead and build it, get it working, do some research, do some learning and growth, and then come back later and just refactor the thing. Um, you might find it doesn't take as many changes as you thought, and that your underlying idea was sound, and you really only have to change a few things to make it a lot better, which is essentially what we did today. And I never had any I never had any qualms about sharing my original code here because building the original application is also on video. So there's no hiding from it. I think it's important to never be ashamed of growth, because all it really does is it just shows you how far you've come, right? I understand so much more about this project now, 3 years later, than I did when I built it back in 2021. And as I was going through this, I was just thinking, wow, like I know how to do this so much better now. Isn't that cool? I wasn't ashamed of it. I was more of like, wow, gosh dang, I've grown a lot. I know I've memorized a lot of this stuff. I've internalized like I understand why stuff works rather than just that it works, which I think is really important too. Like, why does it work? Or versus, yeah, I don't know why this works, but I'm just going to use it. That's an important sign of growth too. So for me, I was like, yeah, I'm actually getting this stuff, which I think is it's a cool feeling. So everybody should do that occasionally. Go back to something you built before, walk through it, and think about the ways you can make it better because it's going to show how much you've grown. Dr. Moto says, why no space between likes and dislikes, comma? Oh, yeah, we can just fix that with just adding a space to our join, to our delimiter down here. You can just say, burp, burp. That should fix that. Yeah, so now we can see, got a space. Well, actually, let's do this. Oh, I put the space in the wrong place. I know how grammar works. Maybe. Space, space, save. Okay. Pembroke. Oh, that's so cute. There we go. Now we got the space in place. I'm glad you're having fun with this, Copper Lily. uh, that sounds about right for a corgi, honestly. My cousin, my aunt and uncle have had corgis for a long time, and yeah, they do whatever the heck they want to do whenever they want to do it. So can escape any harness ever made. And also, yes, dislike small children. Seems appropriate. All right. Well, it's about time for us to wrap up. Uh, same. But I am happy to stick around a little while longer if anybody has any questions for me. It doesn't have to be about the project. It can be about the project if you want, um, or it can just be about anything. We can. I always like to make a little time at the end of these streams to just hang out for a bit. If anybody wants to talk about something or ask questions. Oh, Dr. Moto says, "What dog is your dog?" Well, my dog is a poodle. This one looks very judgmental. My poodle's hair is not as impressive as this one. Um, this dog is apparently from Tijuana, with an unknown level of fluency in Spanish. My mom adopted a dog way back when that actually did understand Spanish. It obviously came from a household that spoke Spanish, and so this dog, didn't know if you said sit, it wouldn't know what you meant. But if you said, I forget what the word is for sit in Spanish, honestly. But if you said the same word in Spanish, then it would do it. Ah, sienta. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. Yeah. So sienta, and it would sit. Oh no, yeah. Go take a little nap. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're wrapping up. Don't worry about it. Also, too, for anybody watching, all this stuff is recorded, right? Like, so never feel like you're obligated to be here live because you're going to miss something. All my streams are recorded. They're never not recorded. You can find them on my Twitch channel by going to the videos tab and just you can see my archive there. And then if you want my full archive, because they do expire on Twitch after 60 days, um, just go to my YouTube channel and you can watch any of my past streams there ad free, which is the main draw for a lot of folks. Ad free, no ads on my YouTube channel on purpose. Um, yes, watch YouTube there. Yeah, yep. You can get the URL by typing exclamation point YouTube in chat. So bang YouTube. But yeah, never feel like you have to stick around for the whole stream. I know these are long. They're in a weird time zone for a lot of folks. Um, so yeah, that's why I record them. Actually, I get a ton more views of people watching after the fact than I do people watching live. Most of my VODs, so the recordings, most of my VODs get between 1,500 and 2,000 views, like afterward, people watching the recording, who didn't watch the live stream. So I get, between 1,500 and 2,000 views from folks who watch it later. Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was nice having you here, Marty. All right. Any other questions before we wrap up? Otherwise, we are going to find somebody to raid as well. So if you have any recommendations on a good raid target, I'm always open to hear it. Let's see who's on. I'll check who's online here. Well, if anybody has any other questions, feel free to ask. Oh, thank you, Marty. It was nice having you. Oh, that's very nice of you. Bye, Marty. See you later. Okay. Let's see who's online this evening. Woo! Just up my window there. Copper Lily says, "This is a great idea for a stream. I've been revisiting code I wrote a year ago," and I'm like, "What?" Well, that just shows how much you've grown since then, right? How much you've learned. It's not a bad thing, definitely. Uh, oh, thank you for the follow, Artemis. Thank you. And I'm looking. Oh, it's so. This is kind of neat. Twitch has a new. Twitch has a new. I'll show you guys. Twitch has a new raid filter thing, which is pretty cool. Um, Zoom in here. And so previously it would just show me people I was following to raid, but now it actually shows streamers you can like apply filters. So I'm going to say like similar or smaller size because I like to support smaller streamers than myself. Not that I'm a big streamer, but so we'll add that filter and got Acorn 1010. So and it's going to show, folks who are live right now. RPG, hacking, leet code Python, life planning, no mic. Okay, probably not them. Okay, that's not a non-English stream. Game dev, Sonic Mania Dreamcast. I'd love to find folks that are actually writing code right now. C Sharp, C. It looks like they're playing Euro Trucker. Far Cry Primal. All right, let's find somebody. Let's do. What do you guys want? You guys want writing a shell in Rust? Okay, well, if you can find them, could do some Python leet codes. Could watch somebody build an RPG. Not sure exactly what they're doing, but I want to get somebody who's pretty small. No worries, 20. Good to see you. Let's do okay, let's see what this person is building. They're building an RPG in Unreal Engine 5. They've only got 12 viewers, so let's go ahead and give them some love from us. All right, let's see. If I could just do I just click on them to raid them? I've not this is a new interface for me, so give me a sec. Oh, he's offline now? Says he's on. Twitch wouldn't lie to me, would it? Bye, L2. No, they're live. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, let's go ahead and start the raid. Let's see what this person is working on and show them some love from us. All right, I'm going to start the raid. I'll see you all next weekend on the eve of 100 Devs Cohort 3. Woo! I'm pumped. I hope you are too. All right, start raid is starting now. Starting in 10 seconds. And raid, here we go. See you all. Bye bye.